Hello! We hear stuff.
We defeated that thing in another lifetime.
Yes, you did.
Don't bring up. Don't give us flashback memories of our old campaign.
Starkitty was sitting here saying the same thing. She's like, "Don't give me PTSD."
Yeah.
I looked over and he was holding it. I was like, and he's like, "Shh, don't say anything." I was like, "Stop giving me PTSD."
Quick, give him a hug. He'll disappear. The name flashbacks.
I'm just gonna say that.
Ma'am.
That
There's
right.
no E at the end.
Emmeline Ray has flashbacks because she was the bad guy the entire time. Spoilers, by the way.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
For those who didn't watch it, spoilers. Emmeline Ray is the BBEG. What a twist.
What a twist.
Well, I mean, that's a whole new, it's the meaning of keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
So wait a minute, were you sending all of those reports back to the Shadow Man? No wonder it's so detailed.
No, just copied.
Oh, anyway.
Well, welcome back once again, everybody, to another episode of DragonMetal Saga. We're on session 6, and it's good to be back. Favorite day of the week, and as you can see here, we got some cool new badges. We made the badges for our characters.
Oh, wrong
so
badge.
Everybody knows who's who.
That way.
And oh, thank you, thank you, Z. Everyone who hasn't met, please say hello to Z.
Hi, Z.
Our newest friends in Knights of Stormkeep.
Welcome in, friend.
You're stuck now.
Oh.
You're stuck now forever.
Welcome to the shit show.
Ask
You are forever a part of Stormkeep.
Ask Stork Pistol how bad it gets.
Stork Pistol knows.
Oh man, you guys are gonna have to tell me what this exclamation point game is all about. Jeez.
I know, right?
It sounds so
find
cool.
it on Steam.
Oh yeah.
So, one more time, the intro. Episode 6. I am your host, StormyD, Dungeon Master and Board Crafter. Next to me is my significant other. Please introduce yourself and your character.
Hi everybody, I am itsStarkitty and I play Shae. Shae is a ranger and she's Shae.
Very good. Hopping over there to the other lady.
Also, Shae's not special.
Except she just found out that she is. Over there, the other lady of our group. Please introduce yourself.
Go on, Pat.
I am talking about the one with green hair, not the one with glasses. Oh, they both have glasses. I'm even more confusing.
Yeah, introduce yourself.
Wait, then me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
He doesn't have green hair, so go for it.
A short one. Yeah. Can we do this?
I am Thyra, and I play Thyra, who is a fighter. Human.
Human-ish.
Human-ish.
Right next to her, please introduce yourself, my good friend.
Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate. I am playing Merrik, who is a human wizard.
Nice. And
Fancy
the
boy.
man with the epic beard down there, please introduce yourself, sir.
I'm BananaTomOG, and I am playing Sindri the Sorcerer, who doesn't use that voice at all.
Right. He's a gnome, right?
I am a 3'2" rock gnome.
All right. We all love it.
As tall as that sword.
Red. A red 3 foot. You're right there.
It's exciting to be back. We had fantastic, technically like first session, right? First full campaign session last week. And so guys, if you missed it, check out your YouTube video, go check it out. Also, I want to reiterate, all of these folks, this one eventually in the future, are all streamers, and you can find links to their stuff, except this one. Well, she's in the thing tonight.
You technically can.
itsStarkitty. Please go check her link out. That's what she is on Twitch. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is find links to Druid IRL, extirpatefate, and BananaTomOG, Mr. Fluffy Beard over there, and go support, please.
Sorry, we're fluffing each other.
Appreciate you. And
I'll never say that.
on Druid Shelf. Yeah, I can see that. One day we see a little bobblehead doll that looks like BT sitting on her shelf, and we see that she's learned real sorcery.
Sindri's already sitting on
I
the shelf,
have.
just a lot shorter.
Yeah. It's an effigy of Sindri.
Right.
It's my challenge before the end of this campaign to find a 3'2" gnome, and I will put him in the background.
By the way, how's the audio, guys?
I'm sure you can find one on Etsy.
Are BananaTom and Druid and Fate, do they have good volume? Is there any kind of echo or reverb? How are we doing? Because we had an update to the Sonar app, and it was...
They are fine. Thank you.
Nobody sounds robotic.
Clears it up.
Tomo
Thank you.
arigato, Mr. Roboto.
So, this is the part where we get to, I do the recap, and then we're going to do the individual character recap. The players will tell us from their character's perspective what stood out to them most last week. So, last week the characters, the players, we can't really call them party members yet, because they just, although they did really bond over a shared escape room puzzle, basically, right? And they found themselves, after all of their own individual solo origin story encounters, they found themselves trapped in some sort of strange dungeon, but their rooms were open, they were laid comfortably on a pillow, their wounds were healed, somehow or another their exhaustion was healed. They were still pretty hungry and thirsty, but not dying of thirst or hunger. And they each, in their rooms, had a piece of a puzzle, and it required them working together as a team to figure out how to open this door in the other room that leads to like some sort of fifth room. And it required them not only to work together, but to use their individual skills. Everybody had to do one thing that was a part of the whole to figure out how to open this magic door. And once they, which was kind of strange, like how something so perfectly tailor-made to them. And then after they opened that door, they ended up having to face off against two magical animated armors, and a couple of the characters took some hits, and but they weathered it well and persevered and survived. So after they defeated those animated armored knights, they opened the doors and found a spooky purple-robed person with their face and arms covered in black cloth, and so you completely obscuring their skin and their face, wearing a black crown. And be sure to check out the YouTube video for the image. I had a lot of fun making that image. And yeah, it turns out this guy was named Mr. Abenaki. Mr. Abenaki apparently was the one who witnessed them going into the swirling black vortex in a space that he calls the supernal firmament, which is kind of like, effectively, for folks who've been playing D in a while, it's effectively the same thing as the astral plane. It's just called something different in this realm, in this realmverse. And after meeting this guy and talking to him, he was the one who, he immediately had these spectral attendants / servants that came over with healing wands to immediately heal the party's wounds. And he apologized for the test, but he wanted to figure out, what their kind of. The test was designed to figure out who they were as a person, what their kind of ethics were, how well, basically to figure out if they were a threat as well, like what kind of threat level they were, and if they were a threat, because it turns out that black vortex they fell into was a creation of his. He's apparently some sort of gardener or caretaker of the entire supernal firmament, and so they found themselves in his domain, which is basically floating in that vast space with all the infinite stars in the outer reaches, and his kind of island floating in that black void of space. They came out of this building that was there in his garden, and up ahead they saw his large stone, wide Victorian mansion up some steps, and he took them in and talked to them, and that's where we basically, he fed them a meal, a very tasty feast where they indulged warily, and they're still not sure how they feel about this guy. I'll let them discuss that, but they don't know whether he's friend or foe. Obviously, he did save their lives. It doesn't necessarily mean he's entirely trustworthy. And that's what we're going to try and figure out after the meal, and after talking to them about what they went through and their dreams. He basically has tried to strike a bargain with them. He's asked them, hey, let me research you, and I will help you as best as I can. Apparently, it turns out that the devices, well, I don't want to spoil anything. It turns out that they, in their experiences before coming here, they awakened some sort of power within themselves to be able to transport through the realms. And that's how they ended up in the supernal. He indicated to them that their powers are still kind of latent and not controllable, and that he's going to need to help them awaken those powers further before they can actually find a way to potentially get back to their homes. On top of that, from the conversation that they had, it turns out they're all from different worlds. All 4 of the characters are from 4 different worlds that are dramatically different than each other. And there's definitely something. Mr. Abenaki appears to be assisting them, but he definitely is holding stuff back too. They can tell that he has not revealed all of the truth, and there's more to know. But for now, they don't have a lot of opportunities to do anything else, since they're kind of trapped in, I guess trapped isn't quite the word. They're guests in his pocket dimension at the edge of the supernal. And I think that's it. Did I miss anything, guys, on the recap?
Nope.
Okay, awesome. So we shall randomly choose who goes first for the character personal recap. Again, this is just the players telling us what stood out most to their character from last time. 1, 2, 3, fate. And so it begins.
Indeed. All right then. Well, one of the biggest things that stood out was that I can see in the dark. Sometimes though, only, but quite a bit further than I thought. That's kind of cool. Big ladies, nice. Strong-willed. Gonna need that. The little one is a little shy, but she'll make it. And the little one is, well, I think we'll get along well. Yes. Spooky crown guy. Fuck off, man. You scare me. So this is a front. We're gonna die. At some point, we all die.
You okay over there, Clacky McClackerson?
Yeah.
The loudest clacker in the West.
Yeah. She forgets that we can all hear you typing.
Yeah. What you
Even
doing?
when you're not speaking loud, we can hear you
Is
speak.
this in chat? Something you're doing in chat?
I actually was making.
I was just writing the same
pin.
thing. And I can do it quieter.
I can't pin my comment for some reason, but anyways, that's what I was trying to do. Was just like I forgot. Like we need to put that. There we go. There we go. That's all I was doing. I was being good. I was being a good noodle.
Thank you.
I'm using that we both
I
at the
appreciate
same
you,
time to type it.
I don't mind that we had to endure the clackiness. All right. Thank you.
Fate, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Since
Who is this guy? I don't know.
That was a nice little reference to his little friend Echo, who is an owl.
I like that.
Thanks.
You want to show off yours? We totally gotta see yours.
I mean, are you gonna buy me a shit?
You put him in a box.
No, I carry him in my backpack. Fuck off. I did it.
so cute.
And he's got blue eyes. Oh, just fucking can't. I can't do it. Still, like,
It's good enough. We get it. It keeps wanting to focus on you guys. Anyway.
Look at him.
Just a
Just a
little
little
guy.
guy.
Just a little baby.
All right. Who next?
Okay.
That would be Banana Tom, or I should say Sindri.
Ah. I'm glad we got the laugh out of the way. So, the thing that stuck out most to Sindri was that we were floating through space, it seemed, at one point, and there was a giant dragon trapped in ice. And it had a heartbeat, and then we saw someone riding on a giant squid. What is awaiting us in this place? But damn, there's some good food around here. Not sure about that thyroid lady. Yep, that's it.
Perfect. All right. And then, of course, between these two things. Thyra.
I've learned that when communicating with certain people in the party, I have to be quite direct. I can't say things like, I don't trust that armor. I have to say, do not enter the room. You know, there's a lot of things that I have yet to learn about my companions. I just know that I have my work cut out for me after everything that we've seen.
Is there anything else to add?
There's just a lot to unpack. Best keep moving forward.
Okay.
Where were you looking?
Shae.
My turn? Okay. Dear Journal, it's me, Shae. I'm sorry I haven't written in a while. Shae has experienced a lot in a short time. We were chased out of our home. I started ranger training, went back to go get stuff that I missed, and ended up in a place I don't understand. I don't know how I got here, but all I know is it's not home. I miss home. I've met some new people that I've not encountered before. Someone smaller than me, and that's my age. More on them later. We worked together to solve a puzzle, and we met an interesting person. Also, there's so much good food. So much. Things that I've never tried before or even heard of. So yummy. So in short, a lot has happened, and I'm confused.
You're gonna kill Druid with the cuteness overload.
Literally, like, I feel like the need, like, I don't know how to contain it, like.
Cuteness aggression.
Yes!
Exactly.
Because I'm just like, but I have this, like, I just want to, like.
You have lots of cuddly toys to your right.
I know, but.
All right. Well, I guess that's it. That's perfect.
What about you, Ryla?
Ouch!
That was good. You're hitting the heart for all these folks right here, there, VT. But you, as one of the #1 fans of the previous campaign, you uniquely deserve that. So.
Well.
No.
All right, we're ready to jump straight back into the story, guys, and I just want to say thank you all again for joining us tonight. It's going to be a big lore drop again. Hopefully we'll get to some action as well. But there's a lot of role playing in lore to go over. So stick around for the story. I know that you're in for a treat, especially those who made it through all of the character creation sessions. So thank you all for coming. Enjoy the show. We're going to go chat dark now.
We love you, chat.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kieran.
Wait, moved everything.
It is that evening after you all finished chowing down, and Mr. Abenaki, the spooky purple-robed man, has floated off to who knows where, and his phantom servants are going around cleaning things up. You all basically can talk amongst yourselves and decide. He had explained to you, the last thing he'd explained to you was that his mansion is large, and you just need to let the servants know what you want, whether you would like to have individual rooms, a group room, or 2 dual rooms, whatever you all prefer. You have options. And he indicated that they may not be able to communicate directly with you very easily, but any command or discussion, they can understand your language. So that's where you're at, guys. You guys get to talk amongst yourselves and figure out what you want to do next as far as how you want to rest that evening. And if you want to have a chat with each other a bit more, or if you just want to rest and unpack, Hey, no. That was last campaign. That doesn't apply to this one.
Yep, it doesn't apply to this one.
And process.
But you hesitated, which makes me want to tally it.
Yeah,
It's
you're
okay.
right.
We'll find something
Same
else to
confidence.
tally.
Makes you guys have a lot to unpack, and so in your mind, mentally. So it's up to you to decide if you want to discuss it more amongst each other. I mean, you did sort of bond over your shared experience, but you also barely know each other. So it's going to be up to you guys how you proceed.
Shae looks at her empty plate of food. She gets up out of her chair and goes and gets more. mainly looking for food that she can turn into possible rations.
Smart.
Very well.
Smart. Thyra looks around at everyone.
Merrik is just staring into his spell book as if he's reading it, but he's just not. I mean, he's like contemplating, but he looks like he's making it look like he's doing something more. I'm just thinking, but usually this gets people to, I'd say not talk to me, but just allow me to just quietly stare and think and not worry about people going, "You okay?"
Like putting your headphones on.
Yeah.
Except book.
And Sindri is 100%. After all the food, all the talking was done, he'll be getting up and chasing around the phantoms once again. Trying to suss out absolutely anything he can about them. Anything and everything, I should probably say.
As for sleeping arrangements, Shae, you're
Yes?
welcome to bunk with me tonight.
Somebody call my name?
Would you like to bunk with me tonight? Or would you rather sleep alone?
In my village, we don't sleep alone. We sleep with our family.
I figured. That's why I offered to let you sleep with me.
Oh, okay.
It also seems to be a good idea to not separate too much while we don't know anything about this place. It's been welcoming this far, but that's not to say that there's some malicious intent here.
Yes, I have some developing trust issues.
What are trust issues?
You know, I'll let you take that one.
If you experience enough betrayal, you learn not to trust people so easily.
Oh. Do you have trust issues?
I
with
can
me?
understand that.
I don't have any trust issues with you, Shae. But this Abenaki, he offered to make a deal. Devils make deals.
I'm curious, have you encountered devils before? Personally, not just aware of them.
I have. My own Jarl was a devil in disguise.
What's a Jarl?
Leader, king,
Oh, like an elder?
yes.
I understand. I understand something.
While you all have been talking, all of the spectral assistants have taken all the food and stuff away, you know, after she went and grabbed as much as she could to hoard. And
She's got like 3 plates of food she's coming back to the table with.
Sindri was watching them and following them and chatting with you guys while that was happening. But basically, he can't figure out anything about them other than, I mean, they look translucent, and they appear to be undead, but he doesn't sense anything from them. Of course, he doesn't have that kind of necessary.
Yeah.
But
Does Shae?
question. No, you don't.
Do I recognize like the type of magic that, because like I would imagine being like at the academy, I've seen like servants like this before. Does it?
Nope. The academy, you weren't there very long, and
okay.
the academy was still fairly new. You hadn't gotten far enough into your training to see anything like this. Although, however, I will let both you and Sindri roll an arcane knowledge check after having studied them. I'm gonna have Sindri roll with advantage because he's following around and experimenting with them and stuff.
I rolled 19.
Okay.
14.
Okay. Sindri thinks they may look spectral, but he doesn't think that they're actually undead. He thinks they might be some sort of unique form of unseen servant that's obviously not unseen. Maybe some sort of mixture of a phantasmal image and an unseen servant. Do you voice that at all? Or do you hold it in, Sindri?
I would hold it for now.
Okay. So for now, Merrik isn't quite sure. He's pretty. The one thing, even though you kind of missed the DC by 1, I will say that you don't think that they're undead. Which makes you think they must be magical, but you're not exactly sure.
Just in case it changes anything, that was just my roll. My actual arcana would have been 25.
Oh, you mean you rolled a natural 19?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, from now on, tell me the total instead of the,
It was just my brain that answered that before I could work it out.
All right.
Okay.
So at this point, they've taken everything away, the plates away, and cleaned everything, and now 2 of them are kind of standing there, motioning for you all to make a choice and come to your rooms.
Well, Sindri, I guess the ladies might take a room. Give them their privacy, yeah?
Sounds like an agreement.
Alrighty then.
Is it bedtime now?
It looks like these creatures are telling us it is. Though we don't know each other, I do think it's wise that we at least try to partner together to get out of this situation.
I think we're the least weird about all of this.
I could agree with that. Although I am the shortest, so...
I mean, big things come in small packages. I think that's how it goes. Or do small things come in big? Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's go to bed.
So you all followed him to a different wing in the mansion, off through some hallways and corridors, and you come to an area of the mansion after going up a flight of stairs. There's a long hallway. On one side of the hallway, there are 4 individual rooms. On the other side of the hallway, at the end of that hallway, there's one room that's set up to be sort of like a barracks where all of you can stay, or next to that are 2 sets of double rooms. So basically you have 3 choices, as it were.
Shae's standing there holding her plates of food, looking around, and looking up at Miss Thyra, and looking around.
Did we all want to bunk together, or did you guys want to separate?
But I figured I'd give you guys your privacy. Considering we don't know each other that well, I figured that at least right now that's it.
I leave the decision to you, but I figured you would want some privacy, just like Merrik says. Just for the meantime.
Sounds good. All right, Shae. Unless you would like your own room.
I'm just gonna walk into one of the double rooms, and whether someone follows me or not is irrelevant. I'll take the big room by myself, or I'll bunk with Sindri. Cool with me. So I just pick one.
Yeah, and then I go into the other one.
And you follow?
Follow behind.
Okay. And
Sindri will walk into the other double with Merrik.
Okay.
Before Shae walks in, she goes, "Good night."
Good night, little one.
Good night, and I'll just Echo. You say good night, I guess. Echo will fly over, land on your shoulder for a second, then just fly back.
Thyra just nods and walks in.
All right. You find yourselves in the rooms. And let's go over to Merrik and Sindri first. You guys, you see, like I said, it's a double room, so double beds, incredibly luxurious. Imagine you've stepped into, obviously it's what's unusual about this, right? The worlds that you all have come from are not as advanced as this. So the beds, like the close for Sindri, it's really way off. This is like a level of luxury that he's never even witnessed in his life. For Merrik, it looks like a king's room, and the architecture, and there's like a wooden fireplace with a fire burning that doesn't give off any warmth, and but it's a nice, comfortable temperature, and mahogany giant beds, and elaborate Victorian divans, and mirrors, and just an incredibly opulent, beautiful room. It's super clean and comfy. Of course, the same description applies for Thyra and Shae, but let's start with Sindri and Merrik. One bed is closer to the door than the others.
Any preference on who wants which bed?
Not really, to be honest. I'll take the one by the door, sure.
Very well.
Get there faster.
What did you just say?
So
I'm not in the room.
Yeah. So you took the one by the bed, or by the door, and Sindri pops into the other one. Like he's so tiny compared to this. It's literally a king size bed, 2 king size beds.
I imagine it's like a living room compared to me.
Yeah.
Gonna run laps.
In fact, I'm gonna have you roll an athletics check to even get up into bed.
You mean
What
our
a
gracious
dick.
host would provide him steps?
It's pretty obvious. I'm just gonna go grab a chair, just drag it closer to the bed, and just leave it. Just
Wait, do I need the athletics to climb on the chair?
No. Since he grabbed the chair and put it there, he sees you go over and look at the bed, and that's when he grabbed the chair.
Just
and
staring
so,
to the side, hands on my hips, going.
I guess he
It
didn't
might
think
be
of
comfy,
everything.
but it's a little bit on the tall side.
Yeah,
you're
it doesn't look like
easily
he thought
able
of everything.
to climb the chair and hop into the bed at that point.
Once again, thank you for the boost. It's becoming a bit of a necessity now.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's fine.
Oh, by the way, I said athletics. It could be athletics or acrobatics, depending.
It makes zero difference.
Okay. No, actually, it does make a difference because I'm pretty sure that your dexterity is higher than your strength, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yes. It is.
So,
I need to move that around because I can't see that well enough.
all right. Do you guys have any, conversation
Yes.
as Echo kind of nuzzles into your neck, ready for a night of rest?
Yeah. All right. Sindri, you had mentioned something at dinner
Yes.
about multiple. Like, You described your planet. Where you from?
Yes.
Yeah, red.
Out of character, did you say what? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I asked him if he just, like, at dinner when he described his planet, it was red. Yeah. And Thyra comes from an icy plane.
Yeah, she mentioned cold.
And Shae comes from a dead world, I guess. It's probably the easiest to describe it. The strange thing is, where I'm from, there's 3 planets in the sky. I can see.
Same. I'm assuming the same as yourself.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're from those planets.
It would seem
Worlds.
a slight. Can't think of the word. I agree with it.
Okay.
BT's brain failed me.
So, imagine the other planet you see might be green?
Out of character, I can't remember what they are because I don't think we saw what colors they were.
Let me help with that. Whoops. Wrong.
I've got the 3 other planets in the sky, but I've not got colors about them.
I'll just read this part right here. At night, the heat heavily dissipates as the orange moon rises, and 3 other planets can occasionally be seen in the sky. One planet is hazy indigo. Now, this is from his perspective. One planet is hazy indigo, the other is pinkish white, and the final is a dull brown gray. And if you want, I can give you Merrik's perspective.
I believe I have the. Yeah, blood red, smoky gray, and gleaming silver.
Now I've lost track. What did you say again, Fat?
I asked, I imagine, other planet would be green.
From what I was seeing, there's one that looked a slight indigo color, maybe purple, some kind of color like that. One seemed to be like almost a slight, mainly white, but with a tinge of pink to it, maybe. And the other one seemed like a color of just a moon, I would say, with nothing standing out about it, just kind of a grayish color.
Maybe we're wrong?
I'll let you both roll a it'll be like a science check, because it's not arcane.
Nature?
I guess just an intelligence check.
That's just a D20
Like an intelligence
plus our
saving throw, so if you have proficiency in
Okay.
it, then cool. If you don't, then
saving throw. Got it.
you just get to use your intelligence modifier added to the D20.
Okay.
What'd you get there, Sindri?
3.
Okay. Apparently,
I rolled that one again.
apparently, astronomy was not something that you remember or studied. Merrik?
19.
19. You think to yourself, okay, the color's a little bit weird and off, but then you also think to yourself, but if the atmosphere is different in each world, then it's going to make the planet look different. Then, if there's a color to the atmosphere, that's going to, potentially create a rose color, create a...
Yeah, I gotcha.
You get it.
Yeah, it tints the perspective, which like my glasses have yellow tint, so everything's got a
right.
punch. Okay. Well, I mean, your planet is hot.
Agreed. It's incredibly hot during the day.
Yeah. You know, it might be the fact that your atmosphere heat creates difference in wavelength of color. I don't know.
It sounds like a good guess, but I must admit, it was never my strong suit.
So Fade, I'll say your character thinks that the planets that you have seen, again, I described one as blood red, one is smoky gray, and the final is gleaming silver. If you had to guess, because of your good roll, one is blood. The one that's blood red is probably his Arathia. And then the smoky gray and gleaming silver ones are toss up. You need to probably talk to the other ladies a little bit more about their worlds. It's possible though the smoky gray one could be hers, Shae's, and the gleaming silver one might be, Thyra's. As far as looking at it from his character, hearing his description of of the planets that he sees. Again, if there's that kind of you think of it like this, that if your planet looks bluish because it has lots of ocean, then and his atmosphere is reddish, then it would make it appear kind of purplish, indigo. So you think that yours is the indigo one, and the pinkish white one, and the dull brown gray. You think the dull brown gray one may be Shae's, and then the pinkish white one is very likely to be
Thyra's. All right. Well, I think we're on track. Strange though.
After you all have this conversation for a while, you start to get sleepy and decide, you know what, I need to get some rest. We can talk more about this stuff. We have plenty of time to talk tomorrow after we've had time to let our brain rest. You're pretty exhausted from everything you've been through. There's more stuff you want to talk about, but you kind of get the feeling that maybe we'll find a better time to do that. And now we'll move over to Thyra and Shae.
I'll take the bed by the door.
Shae walks into the room and her mouth automatically drops. What is that? She quickly walks over and she's like looking around. What is this, Miss Thyra? What is this? It's so soft and squishy.
I think this may be a bed.
Yeah, so real quick description, you're right. For her character, it's the most it's off pale. Like it's just, for your character, you've never been in a situation where you've seen stuff like this. You've heard stories of really nice places that, but you've never seen anything this opulent. And of course, with the kind of Viking barbarian world that you come from, it's natural that you guys would have less comfortable beds, wooden beds and stuff. But this is, it's like the room is artistic. It's so well crafted, and it is ridiculously comfortable.
Puts her food down on this squishy thing. What is this?
I do believe that this is a bed. There's tales of kings. This is what kings and jarls and gods sleeps on.
I'm used to sleeping on a cot with hay. This is different.
Climb in.
I don't know if I like it.
I'm not sure I like it either. I sit on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Is it squished down a lot?
It's extremely comfortable. It squishes down more obviously than what you're used to, as far as having maybe you remember that your dad had a neat little relic of some of his adventure, or not your dad, your mom had a relic of some of her adventures. It was a feather stuffed pillow, and you used to play with it as a young girl until it got worn out. But it was a really soft and gushy like this, but not so soft that it was, I mean, obviously your character is used to being hard, and so it's going to be up to you to decide if you would sleep on this or not. I mean, there's a part of you that would naturally be like, wow, this is super comfy. I kind of want to try it. But on the same token, I can also see as a warrior being like, you know what, this might make me sleep too well, and then I can't be ready for anything. So it's up to you how you want to do it. And same thing with you. Right now, you're starting to feel a little bit nervous about everything. Yeah, you're a little more comfy, but now it's just like you're so out of your element that you're feeling drawn to comfort yourself with familiarity of things that are meaningful to you.
She picks up her plates of food and she goes over to like the wall near the bed that she picked and just kind of plops herself down. Starts to portion out her rations, and then she starts digging through her pack, pulling out stuff, trying to see if she can actually make some rations.
Okay, you're able to, some of the breads and meats and stuff you can, wrap in such a way to be, like, there were some dried meats and cheeses and stuff amongst the food and bread, so you could easily make,
How many rations did I make?
Of stuff that could stay, not go rotten in your pack, probably 3.
Okay. And
That was very smart of you, Shae.
Making them. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, that's very smart of you, Shae.
Where I come from, this kind of food is very hard to come by. So I'm gonna. It's good.
Good job. What is your weapon of choice, Shae?
Well, since I'm still learning with both of them, I kind of like my rapier. Rapier. Did I say that right? As I pull out the rapier and I show it to you.
Mm-hmm. You also remember, though, in your fight against the armored servant, or the animated armors, that she used a club that she also has.
Oh, and I also have the club too. She puts both of them
Which one
down
feels
in front of me.
Which one feels more natural in your hand, Shae?
Well, I'm still learning both, and I would like to try and use both if I could, but I don't know, I'm still learning.
Have you ever used a bow?
Yes.
Do you feel more comfortable being up front or in the back for combat?
I don't know, because I've used both, so I haven't figured that out yet.
We're gonna have to work on your confidence.
With confidence?
Taking pride in what you are doing and able to accomplish.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm still new to all this fighting. Yes.
We're gonna have to work on that if you want to survive. And I can help.
Do you know how to be a ranger too?
Not a ranger. But I do know how to fight very well. I've learned from the greatest hero.
Ooh. I mean, when I was learning to be a ranger, they said I was like very sneaky because I'm so small.
You have to use those things to your advantage, Shae.
Okay. I try.
I wonder if he's really gonna let us start training before we leave here. I sure hope he'll give me I need a shield. And a sheath.
What's your weapon of choice?
My blade.
She has this really gorgeous, extravagant looking longsword. It's got a black blade, and the it's so deep and black that it just seems unnatural. But there's also a slight kind of almost sparkle to it. You know, kind of like when you've seen one of those like a high-end black, like a BMW or something that's got that kind of metallic flake paint job. It's kind of similar to that, and it's just jet black. But it's like, even as you see the sparkle at certain angles, the sparkle disappears and it just becomes this almost flat black. And it's got a really intricate looking hilt and crossbar, and it's definitely unlike any sword you've ever seen before.
Wow, Miss Thyra, I've never seen anything like this before. Did you make it yourself?
I did not make it.
Oh.
I have
anyone
never seen a
find it?
sword. I have never seen a sword like this before.
Me neither. It looks so different from mine.
I found it in a mirror.
Eh?
Yeah. It is quite the tale.
She's obviously shown you something that is, even though it's something that's new to her, it's meaningful to her. Do you want to share something that you have that's meaningful to you?
Yes. So, she's like, so is this sword important to you?
Yes.
Ooh. Is it like a connection to somebody in your past?
It is a sword that one of the great heroes and stories that my father used to tell me. I found it in his nost, and the sword called to me.
Your sword can talk?
Not yet.
Talking sword before. That's so cool.
It is definitely wild.
Can I share something with you so we don't have, what do you call it, trust issues?
If you are comfortable.
So Shae stands up. She's clutching her backpack. She walks over to you, and she's like, so, reason why I'm here is because I went back home because I forgot something. She digs out her backpack and she pulls out this rock. It's a peanut-shaped looking rock with a bunch of symbols on it. Like, my mentor gave this to me. Do you know what these symbols mean?
Can may I hold it to inspect it?
Yes.
If you would.
So you hold it and look at it. And unfortunately, the sigils are of a language that you are unfamiliar with.
And I hand it back.
So, do you know? Cause you know you were able to read that symbol on the wall.
This is not a symbol that I can understand.
Oh.
We have a couple of other magic users that I'm sure would love to try to figure out what those symbols mean to you. For you.
Shae puts the rock back into her bag and she pulls out her mentor's journal. What about languages? She opens the book Do you understand anything in here? Because I don't.
I'll grab it and look.
It's a really old-looking leather-bound book, and it's very worn and obviously been used a lot. You look inside, and the language that it's written in the sigils look similar to what's on the rock, what's been painted on the rock.
Unfortunately, it's the same as what's painted on that rock of yours.
Oh. Okay.
Again.
This was my
When you're
mentor's journal.
When you're
I want
comfortable.
to learn how to read it.
When you're comfortable, I'm sure one of those two over there, and that, with their magics, I'm sure they would be able to help you.
She puts her journal away and she sits down right in front of you and she's like,
I love to hear your stories. My mentor always told me great stories too. I wonder if his journal is full of those stories he was telling me. All the other kids always made fun of me because I liked to listen to his stories, and everybody thought he was crazy.
Those other children were fools.
That's what I thought too, but they still kept making fun of me. But
Did you
I
fight
still
them?
listened to him anyways.
Did you at least fight them?
No. I didn't know I could.
Now you do. If anybody
Really?
tries to make fun of you again.
Sorry, I'll let her finish her statement. Oh, you're done. Okay. Quick add in. I'll let you. You had asked me this earlier.
Cool secrets!
I mean, not necessarily a secret. Just
Then share it with the class then.
I'll let her do that when she feels like it. Actually, if you want, since you were discussing him, I mean, it's up to you. I'll just say she had forgotten to write down the name of her
my
mentor. His name is Dalius Windchaser.
Dalius Windchaser.
Although amongst his people, he
Dalius.
was known as Dalius the Addled.
The addled.
Yeah,
Nice.
because they all thought he was senile and crazy. Because he told weird stories that seemed impossible, and really loved that pet rock and his journal, and wrote in a scratch that no one could read. Anyway, so you guys chat for a little while longer and get sleepy and decide.
I share some stories of my father's conquests and some of his
bedtime
things.
story.
Yes.
So to
absolutely.
clarify something here for folks, something she said earlier that might have sounded a little confused. She found the sword that was in the Nost or tomb of a hero that her father had told stories about, not her father.
Correct.
Because the way you had described it, I think it might have been confusing. Because even I thought I was confused for a second. But just to clarify, it was not her father's sword. It was a sword she found. We'll get to that. So
Yeah.
you all, I guess the two ladies stay up late having a sleepover style get together.
So Thyra will stay awake until Shae is asleep, but she'll move like the blankets and stuff that seem comfortable and make a little bed in front of the door. So they would have to hit her with the door to come into the room.
All right, so you're gonna sleep on the floor. Are you gonna try sleeping on a bed, or are you gonna try sleeping on the floor too?
Shay's gonna sleep
All right.
on the floor.
The two of you fall asleep in front of the door with
Well,
making your own little makeshift
I
bed.
meditate.
Oh, well, she meditates. Yeah, that's true. That's right. As an elf, I forgot. Yeah, so she'll eventually go into her meditative state, and when she does, you make your makeshift bed. And I will say this: we're gonna do things differently than the last campaign. I'm doing any kind of dreams that I might have will be more just for flavor and story, not for level ups. But you still need to rest or level up. And I think you see where this is going. You guys are going to awaken leveled up. So if you want, we can take a brief moment to do that. Although I guess that means for some folks, that means you're gonna have to make some choices real quick.
Level up, yes.
Because everything that you guys have been through, you more than hit level 2. So.
Okay.
When can we start cross-classing if we want to
Also-
cross-class?
So you can't cross class until you have reached level 4 in in a class. So if you go, I think I had indicated that I'm okay with 2 classes, not more. And you can go up to level 4 in a class. You have to hit level 4 in a class before you take on another class. You might be able to talk me into doing a 3rd class, but never more than a 3rd class. And so.
I'm so happy.
Why?
I rolled a 6 on my hit dice.
Ah, yeah. Good job.
I'm in double digits, everybody. It's so squishy though.
Really quick, Stormy, something that you and I never did was we never gave me a fighting style. So I'm just gonna pick a fighting style.
What were you
well.
thinking? I was kind of thinking, here's what I was thinking about. Because you ended up having to leave your shield. Well, again, this is a little bit spoilery for other folks here, but because you don't have, you had to leave your shield behind. Maybe your character in with that fight that you just experienced, the 2 fights you just experienced. I kind of feel like your character. I don't know. I guess you can go either way. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Whatever you feel is best. I think you had indicated that you were like the idea of being, I don't know.
I want to shield.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just going to.
You do what you want. That's what matters most. I feel like based upon everything you've experienced, honestly, it doesn't lean any particular direction. I was trying to think if there was a way it does, but it doesn't. And you got to decide too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think you and I had already discussed about what you were going to do. But you can change your mind if you want.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind what you know about the other party members. You already have 2 other ranged people. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't. If you want to be ranged, you can still be ranged.
I get second wind. Not second wind. I get action surge.
Yep. Oh, you get second wind at 1st level,
Yeah.
and then you get action surge at 2nd. Yeah. You have a question?
Yeah, so I was thinking in the context of the Spellslinger and having to pick a one-handed melee weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, dagger is not on the list.
Well, but remember, we created our own custom version of it.
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna pick something that seems close enough, just to fill the sheet. But technically, I don't have to utilize that individual weapon when I go into that, when I do that thing. So, not really gonna.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you need help there, BT?
I'm kind of looking it up as I go.
Let me know, because I know basically you're going to need to roll your d6 and then add your
which I've
con
done.
modifier to that for your hit points.
Wait, it's hit die plus your constitution, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Modifier.
So what'd you roll, BT?
3.
3,
So
and you
I
have a
go
con
5.
modifier of what?
2.
So you get to add 5 to your hit point maximum.
I rolled a 9 on my D10.
Nice.
I have 25 HP now.
So BT, you don't get any additional cantrips. However, you get to know an additional spell, and you have one additional first level spell slot. You now also have 2 sorcery points that you can use. And you have a feature called Font of Magic.
Yep. That was partially what I'm just looking up is Font of Magic.
I think Font of Magic allows you to recover. You can convert spell slots into sorcery points, and or sorcery points into
Vice
spell
versa, yeah.
Yeah. Just pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't even finish my thought earlier, what I was talking about for the level ups. I'm gonna do something different last time. What I did before was everybody had a dream after a level up, right? Now, I'm gonna do something different for this campaign, and that is that right before, or right at the moment that you go into your next combat after you have leveled up, you guys just need to remind me that you leveled up, and I'll kind of describe what you feel in that moment. The idea that you're feeling as you are in the moment, in the present of going into a combat experience, you're like, oh wow, I feel this now. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like I guess that would apply to different characters, because I guess when you're a wizard, it means that you've been studying and stuff. Still though, I think you could have an epiphany moment. Like you've been doing your studying, you've been doing your, all your stuff, and suddenly, right as you go into combat, you're like, oh wow, it's there. I have that extra slot available. I have that extra spell available, and I'm stronger. Whatever if you've gotten a feat or whatever. Those kinds of things will apply right before your next right at your next combat. So just let me know, and I'll have an interesting description for you guys. I'm wanting to create a feel that's sort of like in animes, where in a lot of animes they're like fighting, and I've always wanted to try and make it such that you experience that like you've leveled up in the middle of a fight, but that's really not doable. And so if we do it right at the beginning, then it's just kind of a neat psychological aesthetic.
Gotcha.
If you have any questions, BT, let me know. The proficiency bonus did not change, so it should be a pretty easy level up. Just picking one new spell, making a note that you can cast 3 first level spells per day, and then the sorcery points with your Font of Magic, however that works.
Yeah, that's how.
Which
I always forgot how the coffee lock worked.
Dual wielding. I thought that was the goal. Okay. And you decided for that? Stick with that? Okay. And Merrik, how about you? What are you already done?
Yeah.
So
it's not much.
Cool. What did you roll for your hit points? What did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
4 on a
D10.
On a D10?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Terrible. What's your con modifier?
+3.
Still
At
not
least
bad.
you got 7 more hit points.
I'm at 20 hit points right now.
Oh, what is Sindri at?
14.
Third of that?
Oh, not 14, sorry. Is it 14? Yep, 14.
14, 1-4.
1-4.
Double digits. Look at you. Good job.
Oh.
For what?
We are so good.
Spellcaster troop.
Hey, man. I was talking to Drew and I was like, okay, cool. We've got a tank. We've got another type of DPS. We have strong output, a cannon, and a glass cannon. Just DPS all around.
In the morning, I have something to do in the morning, okay?
Okay, before the morning comes though, I do wanna, as you all are drifting off to sleep, or maybe, since you're in an unfamiliar surroundings, you sleep well, but then there are moments where you kind of wake up a little bit, right? Obviously, there is, the potential earworm there. I just want to throw this out here as an option if somebody wants to. Does anybody want to go exploring in the evening while in the middle of the night? Even though she's in front of the door?
I butted up against the door.
Yeah, she's like literally laying against the door. Like just...
Sorry.
It's okay.
You have a question? Yeah.
I do. Yeah,
You do?
I do.
Okay, all right.
And Sindri would, if he heard him moving, would absolutely go with.
All right, we'll work on that.
Sorry, Shae.
It's okay.
It's safer to stay put right here.
All right, so are you guys both done with your level ups?
I presume so.
Okay, awesome.
One day
Pick your
spell,
spell.
font of magic, done.
Do you want to reveal what spell you picked or not?
Yep. I don't mind. It's going to be a pretty obvious one given my background.
And what do you
Burning
want
hands.
to, or do you want to not reveal it?
Me?
Yeah.
I actually was gonna have a little chat with Sindri as well. So I think we can role play a little bit of that
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Then.
if you're cool with it.
Yep.
While she's doing her level up, and I guess you're already done, Druid. You two are sleeping over there. You just go back to sleep. You wake up and you're curious, and you think, man, it'd be neat to go explore. But then you see her peacefully sleeping, protecting you in the door, and you're like, okay, I'll just go back to bed.
No,
No?
Shae will just kind of like,
Well, that's right, because you only have to. You only have to for 4 hours. Yeah.
yes. Shae is
And
going
then you're trapped
to
in a room.
pull out her journal and she's going to try and see if she can sketch Miss Thyra.
Okay.
Char one of your friends.
All right, I'm gonna let you roll a performance check to see how well you
she's
do
laying
that.
there, arms like over the top of her head. Her sword is in her hand.
Sleeping like a tree.
Not very well. That's a 4.
She draws a stick figure of you. All right. So sometime in the middle of the night, Merrik, you wake up and you kind of get the bug to go exploring a little bit. And Sindri, so you wrestle around a little bit and kind of get up. You know, you're trying to be polite, be quiet. But Sindri, go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Saving throw. Where's the rest of my page gone?
We can barely hear you, by the way, BT, if you want to move the mic a little bit closer or project.
I'm good.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So that's a 21.
Oh, okay. So it's like I said, it's an unfamiliar surrounding, so you're not sleeping the best, and so you easily wake up from his rustling. Even trying to be quiet, when you just wake up and move covers, you know, there's going to be a little bit of noise in a quiet room, and you realize he's getting up. You see him getting up out of bed, looking around.
Anything wrong, Merrik?
Well, aside from the obvious, no, not really. Just, I want to go to his library.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, I mean,
Nothing
someone.
like a bit of exploration to enjoy your night.
Yeah, I mean, to be a gardener of all this power, it must mean he has something hidden away. So, I'm curious. I always like to learn new things. It's not like
I'm definitely not letting you go alone either. The whole reason we have the dual rooms is because we don't want to leave each other alone at the minute.
Yeah, it's a fair point. So yeah, to the library.
All right. So you guys leave your room and go exploring in the mansion. It's huge. Multiple.
I, of course, take my stuff. I'm making that point.
After wandering around for quite a while, you do. Actually, it takes you a good 15-20 minutes just to find the what you believe is the library, and sadly, there's a closed kind of one of those folding wrought iron gates that's closed across the archway, and a one of those spectral servants kind of just hovering at it, and it's definitely, you see the lock and the spectral servant there. You find lots of corridors and hallways. I will say this, while you were searching for the library, though, you do stumble across an area, a whole wing of the mansion that also has some sort of kind of radiant, after going up different levels and past long corridors. You would think it would just be a hallway that would be leading on to some other rooms, and it does. You can see in the distance, but there's this kind of purplish, translucent barrier keeping you from going down that hallway, and so basically shutting off one whole wing of the enormous house, and so based upon your little understanding, you think it's some sort of magical barrier, and you don't think that you guys are experienced enough to be able to deal with it. So you just keep exploring, make a mental note of it. You eventually find what you believe to be the front door of the house, obviously, because just curiosity's sake, right? And which is the opposite of where you all came in, which the back door area with the hexagonal kind of opening glass doors, and the front door, though, huge archway, double doors, gorgeous oak door frame and door. It's locked, and you sense a similar barrier on it.
Well, so much for exploring.
So I will say that every room you find like a kitchen, you find that library that you can't go in, you find various chambers, other bedrooms, you find a sitting room, a large hall that's obviously sort of for like parties and dancing and stuff, just in very opulent place. And basically 3 places that you can't quite get into at the moment.
Well, that didn't go as planned.
It seems the dragons aren't the only thing he wants to keep secret.
Well,
yeah.
It seems what is not the only thing he wants to keep secret?
The dragons.
Oh. Wait, what dragons? What are you talking about?
Because we asked him at the I asked him at the dinner about specifically the dragons, and he withheld
what
that
dragons?
side of the conversation. The one that's in the ice, and the one that we dreamt about.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, Sindri, I've been meaning to ask you, man. What kind of magic do you know, mate?
Not an amazing amount, if I'm honest. It's been around a while now, but I haven't been taught as such. It's more self-discovery kind, so... Whereas, I've seen from the way you cast yours, you could clearly seem adept at it.
It was something I was kind of... I had a knack for it.
I would agree with that statement.
It's actually how my... how I fell into what I was doing. I mean, I don't quite come from a magical family. Dad was a smith, Mom's a dancer, but I had a knack for magic, and I was self-taught. I am mostly self-taught, and I guess I have a flair about it, as you could tell. But yeah, I mean, it does come naturally. However, it does take a lot of work.
See, mine seems to come naturally, but not in the same ease. And by naturally, I mean, it seems like that's the source of the power. Like it's deep within me, almost.
Yes, you both do know that there is a difference between a sorcerer and a wizard. The legends from your two worlds are a little bit different, but they're similar. And you know that some mages basically have an innate talent for bringing out magic without having to learn it, and actually can't learn magic, and that would be Sindri. And vice versa, some mages, they can only understand and manipulate magic by learning it from books or scrolls. And you basically come to the conclusion that you are opposites of each other.
Yeah.
So I will share one thing that's kind of interesting. In Sindri's history, there was a time long before, he was born, like in sort of an ancient history of his time, where a large faction of people, the majority of the culture and the civilization at that time hated wizards. If you didn't use magic by sorcery, they hunted you down and killed you. Basically, learning magic was a bad thing. Eventually, that regime was overthrown, and that's mostly gone out of favor. But there's still pockets of places where Sindri, it's pockets of places on Sindri's world where wizards would be shunned, at least, sort of bigoted against. Whereas, obviously, in the world that Merrik hails from, sorcerers are a little bit rarer. They usually are the various mystical races that live in the Feylands. Although there is occasionally, people who live in the regular civilization, the human civilization. There's occasionally people who awaken to sorcerer's powers. Most of them, most magic users, though, for your culture, are made, not born. And so you guys chat about that and share.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh.
Spooky time.
Apparently. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Obviously didn't lose all power.
Yeah, that's weird.
It would appear the fuse is blown on that socket.
Oh.
Well,
You guys are traveling in a dark, spooky hallway.
It's true.
Yeah. It's atmospheric. atmospheric.
I'm gonna struggle to get a lock on that side.
Sorry, puppy, I'm invading your space.
BT's a space invader.
A personal space invader.
So, while he's doing that, let's just say that you guys, I mean, I guess you didn't get to the point where you actually shared what spells, but so I just want to know what spells you have as a DM, what you picked.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Very interesting.
I picked
What for the loss?
Featherfall and Shield.
I heard Featherfall and Shield.
That's it.
Oh, okay. He picked Featherfall and Shield. Okay.
Good for you, Featherfall. Very smart.
And BT.
Oh, I heard.
Oh, when he gets back,
Monkey.
he can tell
He
me when
can't
he gets back.
hear.
What?
He cannot hear you right now. He took off his headset.
We'll switch back to now to Shae and Thyra. We'll say that the morning comes, and you watched her peacefully sleep and drew a very fluffy-looking stick figure on her
Drool.
in your journal.
She probably does.
There go. There go.
And you show it to her, much to her chagrin. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
As many things in life, you get better with practice.
That's what my mentor would always say. So I'm trying to practice.
So in the morning, you the last part of your morning, you're playing with your rock as she wakes up. She sees you playing with your rock. You also think to yourself, I didn't get to go exploring, and I forgot to mention this. He had indicated that his servants would wake you up an hour before breakfast, and that you all could have a chat for breakfast the next day. And that way you would have had time to think about things. And actually 2 hours before breakfast. And so maybe if you want to suggest to her that you two go exploring the place in the morning. What were you about to say, Druid, or ask?
Before, when she wakes up, she has that talk with Shae about her art is excellent
It'll go on the fridge.
for a beginner. I'm going to carve a new rune into my chainmail, and it's going to be the frost rune.
The frost rune. Refresh my memory what that one does.
Armor of Agathis.
Okay. Cool.
She doesn't feel safe.
No, I get you.
Shae is watching in awe as you are doing that.
And she carves a magical rune into her armor. Neato. All right. So, do you suggest to her that you want to go exploring before breakfast?
Oh yeah, are we role playing now?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Thyra, what are you doing? That looks so pretty. It's way better than my
Thank
picture.
you. It's the rune for frost.
Oh.
My mother taught it to me, and her mother before her taught it to her.
Oh wow, that's cool. My mom taught me about herbs.
That is a good skill.
When she's kind of stands up and she's rocking back and forth. So Miss Thyra, when you're done, can we go explore? A big cheesy grin on her
Absolutely.
face.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So the two of you go explore, and I'll just kind of exposition that you basically come to the same conclusion as these guys did. They're sleeping in a little bit late now because of their exploration in the middle of the night. But you basically, the two of you also find and discover all the same things that they did effectively, that all the rooms were easy to get into and open except for the front door, that one whole wing, and the library. And eventually everyone wakes up, and I'm assuming everybody would knowing what time, obviously the reason why you know when to go is because the servants have come to your room and awakened you and stuff, like an alarm clock, and pointed out clocks on the walls, so that you can know when to go to breakfast. And so eventually, after you guys explore, these guys make it to breakfast. You guys, after exploring, you eventually make your way there. Kind of everybody's filtering in. So in the morning, you were led by his phantoms to the backyard garden viewing room, which is where you guys came in at through that. Again, imagine when you came up those steps from the garden. And by the way, it's always nighttime, always starry out there. Was that, you're asking a question?
No.
Hey? No. Okay. And you came in through the back door, which is this, what am I trying to describe? One of those where it's like a hexagonal, it comes out, and glass doors and glass windows, glass walls. And there's a breakfast nook set up.
Does it look like enough food?
What?
Does it look like a lot of food? Or like snack, small food?
So for now, there's a round table set up there in the breakfast nook for everyone. And it looks like there's a place set for everybody without food on it yet. And the servants are going to be bringing the food when everybody's settled. I'm just going to describe to you what you see, though, on top of that. Abenaki is already there waiting for you. And his creepy self is sitting there comfortably. But also, and just to re-describe, as you look out the vista, out the windows, you see the backyard platform with the stone railing looking down over, the stone railing on the sides, because the steps led up to here. And you see out over the garden area. Interestingly enough, the building that you guys came from isn't even there anymore. But you see hedges and sections of garden over to the right, to the left, and a path, a stone path that kind of leads off very far into the distance. And now, when you're paying more attention, you realize, looking out to the left and to the right of this vista, again, nothing but nighttime with stars out everywhere. In fact, there's so many stars in the sky that it's lit up as if there was a full moon. And so you can see easily, almost like it's daytime practically. But you also notice at the edges, on the left and right edges of the garden, there's sheer drops into nothingness, out into outer space. And so you're looking out at this vista, and it's beautiful. The other thing you notice is, standing near to the glass doors is a tall suit of black metal full plate armor that wasn't there before. Its design is unusual, with smooth lines and sharp-edged curves at the helmet and each joint, with almost no embossments, engravings, or filigree. Does anyone go over and check it out closer?
Nope.
Well, Sindri doesn't want to. Does anybody else?
Are we all standing in a line?
No, you've kind of just filtered into the rooms. There's the chairs sitting around the table. Mr. Abenaki is sitting there, facing where you all came in at, just with this hood and this shaded, black face. You don't see any expression. Just sitting there, hasn't even said anything. But you see, standing near the glass doors is this really deep black suit of full plate armor. It's got its arms like this, as if it's holding its arms over a great sword. There's no sword there. Oh my God! Thank you for the raid, Brett. I appreciate you.
Welcome in.
Big hugs. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you, Brett.
Brett, thank you for the resub.
Yes. Thank you for the shout out I see Drew doing right now. You're amazing, Brett. Arigatou gozaimasu. So it's got its arms like this, as if it's holding a great sword, but there's no great sword there. And do any of you go check it out and investigate it further?
Shae hides behind Miss Thyra.
Shae hides behind Miss Thyra.
She remembers what happened yesterday.
Yeah. Sindri, did you go sit down at the table?
I've learned my lesson with suits of armor. I'm staying away from that one.
Okay.
And does go towards the table.
Since she's hiding behind you, Thyra, do you stay put?
I stand by the door, or wherever we're standing before we get to the table.
Where you've come into the room, you stand. So you're not standing by the door by it, the glass door outdoor. You're standing by the archway that you came into.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And Merrik decides to go over and check it out.
Mm-hmm.
As you get closer to it to investigate it further, it suddenly speaks and says, "You're invading my personal space. Please step back."
It talks?
Yes, it did.
Rusty
with another raid. Oh my God, Rusty Tonics.
Thank you for the raid.
Lord of Orange Fizzy Potions. Welcome. Hi guys. We're currently in chat dark moment, but we always, for raiders, break it just to say hi. Thank you for bringing your folks, Rusty. It's an honor. What were you up to? I'm sure the shout out will share. Just JTB, hey, welcome. I love hanging out with you in Rusty's chat and seeing you spend time with our friend and stuff. It's fun. So,
Yes.
we're currently deep in the role play, guys, in the description of what's going on, and we're going to go back to chat dark. But thank you for bringing your raiders. We will take good care of them. If you got to head off and get a snackage, Rusty, we understand, and hope to see you back soon. All right. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu for the follow. So, like I said, the armor spoke. It said, "You're invading my personal space. Step back, please."
And Shae responds with, "It talks?"
Mm-hmm.
That's a new one.
Mr. Abernathy says
this time.
Yeah. Mr. Abernathy introduces him. He says, "Yes, this is my good friend, Connor, the Construct. He is a unique being because he is basically an incarnate, sentient construct. I found him in my travels and employ him as a consultant for physical and combat training purposes. Welcome. Did you all sleep well in my demesne?"
Wonderfully.
Well enough.
The floor was quite comfortable. I don't know about those cushion things that you have in those rooms.
I learned what an actual bed is.
He cocks his head to one side. His hooded, dark, blackened face. Well, whatever makes you most comfortable. Feel free to try the beds. You may like them, but I do not want you to step too far outside your comfort zone until you are ready. Although the top of topic of conversation that I have with you for today will lead us in that direction, I believe.
Can we eat first?
Please have a seat. We will eat. As you all kind of sit down around the room, I'm assuming everyone sits down at the table.
I want eyes on. I want to sit where I can watch the armor.
Okay. As you sit, Shae, you put your rock away in your backpack.
Oh, my rock was already in the backpack from before we even got in here.
I assumed that you were carrying it.
No, it stays in the backpack.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
It's her precious possession. She's not going to share it with just everybody.
No, I get you. Okay.
She just shared with Miss Thyra because she didn't want to have trust issues between her.
Right. But don't forget that Miss Thyra suggested you show it to the other guys because they might be able to figure out the language. So you're kind of excited and curious about that too.
Yeah. Well.
When you're ready.
Player to DM question?
Yes.
So Sindri wants to do something to kind of apologize to Thyra for not just listening to her the other day with the suits of armor.
Mm-hmm.
And he's taking note that she said the other day that she was uncomfortable with the warmth of the place.
Mm-hmm.
Could I use prestidigitation to cool her armor down? Because I know you can cool an inanimate object. It just says cool or warm.
That's true, you can. It only lasts for whatever the amount of time prestidigitation lasts, though, I believe.
I think it's an hour.
Cantrip.
Up to an hour.
Okay, up to an hour. Do you do this without asking her first,
sweating.
or do you? You can if you want to discuss.
Okay. Miss Thyra.
Yes.
I can see that you're visibly overheating in here. I was wondering if I could help you out with that.
Please.
And I take my stuff, and I don't know what kind of gesture I'd have to do, but I wave and pointed at her and cast prestidigitation to cool down her armor. And the description says it's cool and warm, so it's not going to do anything other than that.
Your armor is now much more comfortable than it was before. It's like, like you're in a warm place and the air conditioner has kind of hit you and it makes you feel good,
It'll only last about an hour, but if you need me to do it again, let me know.
I will. It is far too warm in this area.
Mr.
Thank you, Sindri.
He looks at you.
Not normal for me, maybe even a little cooler than usual, but that's fine. I'm glad to be of assistance.
All right. So the servants come bring in, after everybody sits down, they come bring breakfast food to you. Full plates of, the usual kind of like eggs, bacon, biscuits, a bunch of tasty breakfast type foods.
Shae continues to eat with her hands.
Mm-hmm.
Any other meats other than just bacon?
Sure. There's various different kinds of meats, bacon, ham.
The usual breakfast spread at a continental breakfast at a hotel. Nice.
A little bit, no. Definitely more upscale than a continental breakfast. Don't actually. Yeah, this is going to be more.
Cool.
This is more like a high-end hotel where it's a full breakfast.
The brunch buffet.
Yeah. But you're served.
Mimosas?
And there's juices and milks and, various types of things there.
As per usual, I echo kind of
liquids going. What is this? Why is this orange?
That is orange juice. It is a fruit.
Nothing like what the fruits I'm used to.
Well, where you were used to is a bit different.
She picks up the orange juice glass and sniffs at it.
Smells sweet and also tart.
She puts it down.
All right. After you guys have a hearty breakfast of trying some things you like and some things you don't, basically while you're eating, Mr. Abenaki says to you all, I have been spending the evening strategizing about how to proceed with researching your dilemma. I do understand quite a bit more of what your nature is and what has happened to you, but there is still much that we do not know. And I would like to suggest a rather potentially uncomfortable solution that could be quite helpful to me to understand your situation better, but it will also help you understand yourselves and each other better, since fate seems to have brought you all together for some reason. Not that fate.
I was about to
Do
say,
we all
is
turn
that
and
what
look
the
at
DM
him?
But here is the situation, Lucium. I know that some of you may balk at this, but I want you to know that it is perfectly safe. I have a unique artifact in my collection that will allow me to effectively detect your thoughts, to project your memories into a visual space as an illusion in front of us in the where I have it, not here, obviously. If you agree to it, you can choose to only go back as far as you would like in your own memories. I suggest that we use the artifact on each one of you, back to as far as when you had your first dream.
So we could go
And
back
this
and
would-
watch it on YouTube later. Sorry.
Basically, you can go only as far back as the dream that started on your path, if you so choose. You can share as much or as little as you want, but it would help me understand more of what you have experienced, and I believe it will provide the details that I need to proceed further on assisting you with whatever comes next. And if you so choose to continue your new friendship with each other, it will help you understand each other and yourselves much better as well. If you have any questions about this, I can say that it is painless procedure. It will cause you no harm. It just means that you will have to share some memories with each other and with me. So I understand.
May you demonstrate on yourself first for us to show us how it works?
I would if I could. Unfortunately, the device does not work on me.
Why?
However, I can demonstrate it on my friend Connor the Construct here, if that would make you feel more comfortable.
It would. But why doesn't the device work on you?
That is not an easily answerable question for now.
Can I insight check that response? Looking for the context, is he refusing to mention because he's afraid of what we'll know? Refusing to mention because it more complicated than necessary at this point in time.
Go ahead and roll.
Yeah. 19.
You think the latter? You think that it's not necessarily that he's trying to be deceptive, but that
it's not a quick, easy answer.
right.
It's
And it
there's
may
more
be
to
something that would cause more, issues than are necessary. Do you share your insight with the group?
not at this time.
Okay.
But before I subject myself to this, I would like to see it demonstrated on somebody else first. If
Very
Connor
well.
is willing.
As soon as we're done with breakfast, let's let you may follow me into one of my research chambers, and we shall demonstrate it for you.
Do you have more salt for my eggs?
I can do that.
Motions for one of his servants to bring more salt.
I want it in a bowl.
I can't do that.
What was that?
I said I could do that, and then when she said the ball, I was like, nope, I can't do that.
So yeah, it brings more salt and gives you a little saucer.
She just like starts dipping like the hard-boiled eggs in the salt.
Okay.
It's what Druid does.
I do too.
Shae tries it too. Takes a hard-boiled egg, dips it in the salt, and eats it, and goes.
Salt is a luxury.
I don't
I'm gonna
actually
take
like
advantage.
dip it in a bowl of salt, but I put a bunch of salt on a saucer, and I'll like kind of sop up the salt with the egg, and then eat it like that.
Shae starts dusting off the excess salt.
Doing one of these.
I go while I shiv my tongue.
All right. So, you guys, after you get done with breakfast, unless anybody has any kind of other questions that they want to ask each other or Mr. Abenaki during breakfast before.
Why is your library locked, man?
Well, because
wanted
I
to
have
read.
things that you are not ready to learn there. Don't worry, my friend. Very soon, if all goes well, I actually am confident that you will be satisfied with the plan that I believe will work, but I need more understanding before I can commit to it. Let's just say that I will gladly share some of my knowledge with you, because I believe it will be necessary to expand your mind and your bodies to be able to properly utilize the powers that have awakened. But I need to know a little bit more first to make sure that there's no danger to you for doing so.
Okay.
Player question.
Yeah.
Can we take a break before we start doing the
brain scan.
projection brain scan?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let's take a quick.
I can
Do we
swap
need
my
a
lighter
long intermission
properly.
or just a potty break where we can take turns entertaining the troops?
Probably a long intermission.
Yeah, because BT just said he wants to fix his lights and.
It'll only
okay.
take me like 2 minutes because it's in the
All
other
right,
room is
no
the
worries.
other one.
Guys, we're gonna go into the intermission montage from last campaign. You can get to see some comedy hijinks. So we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Enjoy the show. Thank you for sticking around, and thanks again for all the raiders. You are beloved.
Their picture Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on.
Yeah.
It's gone.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Sensors pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Are you sure they have squirrels coming?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm pretty sure they're. I'm pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a.
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound. But you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dice. Here we go.
Oh man.
Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
I'm still doing it wrong. Yeah. All right, I'll let you take it away there. itsStarkitty.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And we're gonna add cinnamon.
The character, she wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormy's got to wear the outfit. It's canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
You see? So, you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves.
is what Emmeline is doing. She's dabbing from side to side on the stage.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
My Chonkapillar,
Chonkapillar's
Chonkapillar's ass liked him.
The butt.
Chonka butter.
It's a little tiny like X over.
A little anime X for his little bunghole.
The ability to control those undead.
Oh, that's right, because you did that before Bunky inseminated us.
Right, and the Bob Ross moment has ended.
Eating my butt, freaking chair. And that deep-throated person over there, the one with the green hair. Just kidding.
We were going down ha-ha.
Oh, I didn't mean like that deep. I meant like deep-sounding voice. Oops.
Deep what?
He's got a deep voice, guys. That's what I was trying to say. It's true.
Yeah.
Do you have a very deep voice?
I know I do.
It doesn't frustrate you because it's something you can focus your mind on and to help you. I'm going to use the P word, to help you process what you went through. Are you clipping it?
Everyone, get some rest. We'll discuss this later, after I've had some time to think.
It's a lot to process.
Everything.
Got 3 good clips so far. I'm processing the rest. What a dick! You snuck it in there. You got me to say it. Looks like you have a question, Fern.
Is it the same color, the same blue glow?
Yes.
No, I think if you scroll over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Hamster's pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Oh, are you sure they're squirrels,
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate
I'm
stream?
pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a...
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound. You've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. I don't know. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go. Chat dots. Here we go. Oh man. Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab.
There they are. Hi guys, we're back again. Thank you for being patient and sticking around.
Well, I mean, the last clip was the dab, so I figured I have to dab.
Oh, okay.
Oh, trying to put the dice where the dice is.
He's trying to grab the dice.
He pulled the D20 out from thin air, guys.
Oh yeah. It's not like it's a coffee cup or anything.
It rolled a 6. I'll put it back.
All right. So, thank you for guys for letting us take a quick break. Well, a break. I won't call it quick, but let's.
We're glad to be back, Spiper. It's good to see you.
Wait, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Light bulb.
It's terrible. Terrible.
Somebody clip
Where's
that.
that from?
Yes. Don't clip that.
Minions.
Clip it.
I think.
All right.
I'll
You guys ready?
Figure it out. Yeah. Now my brain hurts.
So, was there any other discussions or questions you all wanted to ask during breakfast?
No.
Sindri's just enjoying the bacon.
Okay. All right. As you all wrap up breakfast and start making your way, after the Zymus for the bits, thank you. Making your way, he has you follow him, out of the breakfast nook back area, deeper into the mansion. While you're walking through the mansion, does anyone want to ask him about why? You already asked him about the library, but you didn't ask. No one asked him about the fact that the front door appears to be locked, and a whole wing of the mansion has been blocked off by a barrier. Does anyone want to bring that up?
Are we still at breakfast?
No, you're walking through the you've left breakfast. You're walking through the mansion towards the chamber. He's going to take his research chamber where he's got his artifact, his share thoughts artifact.
I'm firmly thinking I'd be distracted about this, forgive lack of terminology, mind probe thing.
Thyra? Shae?
Yes.
Mr. A? Sorry, I can't pronounce your name yet, but Mr. A?
Yeah.
Is there certain places of your home that we can't visit? And if so, why?
That's a valid question.
I only asked because Miss Thyra and I were exploring this morning, and we noticed that your front door was locked, and there's one area of your home we couldn't even go into. So I was just curious.
Yes, well, some of the rooms in the east wing of the mansion are blocked off because I have a delicate experiments there which could be disturbed by a foreign presence. In fact, that is the wing that we're going to now. as long as you go with me supervised and enter into the other rooms that exist there, your safety can be assured, and my experiments will not be disturbed.
When he says that,
Mhm.
when he says that, Thyra will turn and look at both Merrik and Sindri. And then just look back at Mr. Abernathy.
Okay. And then he says, as far as the front door is concerned, that is something that is much more complicated to explain. Just trust that it would be most dangerous for you for now to go out the front door of my mansion. We're not quite ready for what I have to tell you, but my goal is to make sure that you are.
Player question?
Yes.
Have we seen any windows or anything?
Yeah, so you have seen windows, obviously, in any kind of room that's an outer room. And when you open up the curtains, the windows are basically you see out into just a starry night.
Okay.
You know, and for the it's interesting because you look out any of the windows of the rooms on the front of the mansion, and you see a front courtyard area that stretches off to a point that then also drops off, and you realize you're kind of on a giant floating island that's floating in this sea of stars. And but yeah, it's strange to you that he's worried about you going out the front door, even though you can look out the windows to the front door. You realize, of course, you suspect anyway, that there's probably that barrier on the windows. Just for some reason, you can't see the barrier when you're looking through the windows. Perhaps on purpose.
Hopefully we're not flying on a giant tortoise. For those who don't know, go play Golden Axe.
There was a movie in the 80s about a giant turtle that was it turned out to actually be a pretty scary movie. Anyway, I don't remember the name of it. It's a movie that I saw as a kid and was terrified by, and I couldn't remember the name of it, and so I've never been able to find it. If anybody finds that and lets me know, that would be cool.
All right, half my curiosity.
So, you continue to follow him in. Oh yes, question.
Yeah, another player question. When Echo is making physical contact, you said I have dark vision.
Yes.
Yeah. Even in this space, when Echo disconnects or comes off, how rapid and aggressive is that change that I notice? Is it?
Well, you're not really in a darkened space per se,
Mm-hmm.
because all of the hallways are lit by what look to be some sort of magical candelabra. So, of course, in your room, that would be different. Mm-hmm. So when you guys have put out the lights in your bedrooms, so I guess. To answer your question, it's pretty much instantaneous. As soon as he flies off of you, as soon as he's not in contact with you, you just have regular human vision. Only when he's in contact with you.
Okay. And then
it doesn't have to be contacting your flesh necessarily. It can just be perched on your clothing that's touching you.
Yeah. And then do I get the same dark vision that Echo does? Or is it just my range of dark vision?
No, it's just regular 60-foot dark vision like any other regular character would have. A regular character race, I should say. There are obviously some exceptions to that.
Yeah, okay, just checking. Because I felt that taking Echo's actual dark vision is a little That's a little much.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
How far can your owl see?
120 feet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
He actually takes you guys to that wing of the mansion that was blocked off by that barrier. And as he walks towards it, the barrier stays in place but recedes back. Just as he's walking towards it, it recedes back away from him. And you come up to eventually a room to the left, a door on the left of a large, wide, tall hallway. And the barrier stops right there past the door. And you all walk over to the room, and he takes you into, it looks like some sort of kind of Victorian-looking research lab. And there's, different kinds of scientific and alchemical apparatus all over the place. And he takes you, there's like jars and shelves and bookcases and stuff. Yes.
I know you two are curious, but please follow what he says and keep your hands to yourself. She looks at both Sindri and Merrik.
Funny, the one you should be worrying about is this one.
I was going to say,
She hasn't quite witnessed that yet.
Sorry.
Starts walking up to stuff and it's just like,
Mr. Abenaki says, "Do not touch anything in the room, please. It might be dangerous for you." And he takes you,
she touches the table.
All right, you guys keep going back, and you see there's like an island in the center, an island table in the center with shelving underneath and experiments on the top. But he takes you to the back of that room. There's another door, and through that door, you guys go into a large kind of it's a circular room. It's sort of like a mini planetarium, but in the center of it is a pedestal, and there's this Oculus-looking globe. It's got this swirling kind of blackness with swirling kind of grayish tones in it. I think the Palantir in Lord of the Rings, if you remember the film. Although I don't know if Drew had ever saw it. But yeah. Think of
I get the visual though.
Okay, good. Like I said, it's a round room, and up above you see this kind of, it's a domed ceiling, and it's very tall. And it's a larger room than the room you just came from. And of course, all this time in the very back, that dark black metal armor is following you guys, and you hear it kind of clomping behind you. And please step back for Connor to come forward and demonstrate it for you. Connor, I would like you to think about the last few days that you have been here, and share with them some of your memories of what you have been up to. And Connor says, "Yes, sir, you got that. I'll take care of that for you." And so, yeah.
As he goes to walk up, Merrik will pull out a little notebook.
Pull out what?
Quill.
a little notebook.
A little notebook. A little. And a quill.
Cool. Awesome. And he's really got it. All right. Basically, you all see the suit of armor, which he calls an incarnate construct. I'm going to have both you two, Shae and Thyra, have no idea what an incarnate construct is, or even what a construct is. But I'm going to have the two of you roll me an arcane knowledge check.
17.
12.
Okay. The DC was only a 10. The DC was a 10 to know what a construct is. The DC was a 15 to understand what an incarnate construct is. So, Sindri, you get the, you get the sense that, you know what a magical construct is. It's basically, you've heard of, clay golems and flesh golems and even iron golems. You've heard them. You've even seen some of them deployed in rare instances in certain cities. But they're very rare and very powerful kind of magic. Basically, they're magically like that animated armor that you guys fought. The difference is, but you're not sure exactly what he means by incarnate. Although he did also use the word sentient. So you think to yourself, is that a construct that can think for itself? And Faye, your character definitely has read stories, but they were just legends, not even legends. That's not the right word. They were, there was, like, it's theoretical that a construct could achieve some sort of sentience where it becomes like an incarnate being, and you've never heard of it actually existing, but you've like I said, you've read theories about it, and if so, it would be a really amazing and interesting thing to have effectively a magical robot that has become a living thing. And so, that's what's in your heads at the moment as it steps up to the Share Thoughts artifact. Before he does, Mr. Abenaki, of course, standing on the other side of it, says, "Do any of you have any questions for or about Connor the Construct?" Yes, Shae.
Is there somebody inside that armor?
No, not exactly.
How does it move?
Well, a construct is basically a device that has been magically infused to animate as if it were a living creature. But Connor is even more special than that because he was originally just an animated piece of gear, but eventually, somehow or another, either through evolution or some sort of magical infusion, he became a living being with his own thoughts and feelings.
I don't understand what you just said, but I'm sure it'll sink in eventually. Thank you.
Very well. Connor, please touch the device. And so the armor puts his hand on it, and then Mr. Abenaki puts his bony black wrapped hand on it and activates it, and it lights up and kind of shoots this little bluish beam up into the air. For now, it's just a beam shooting up into the center area of the domed area of the ceiling, and then of course Abenaki says, "Think of the last few days." And so then you guys hear Connor say, "Well, I did mostly training, figuring out how to bring forth extra different types of weaponry and use them effectively against stone targets. So let's go with that. So he basically, you now see it uses sort of illusion magic to project a 3D visual, like an AR VR space of the last few days in a first-person point of view, where he's effectively, you see, he can actually create weapons straight out of his arms. And he's practicing creating different kinds of weapons, and he's attacking this hard stone structure and just tearing it to pieces. And you're like, holy crap, I would not want to fight that guy. So, yeah.
Thyra does.
And basically, it's very simple. It's not much to it, other than, you know, a couple of days worth of training. You notice, obviously, he doesn't need to eat or sleep. So, you have a question?
No. I will make note that that Merrik is taking notes less on what has transpired in the hologram and more about the magic itself. So in more of that like academic study, like that's, I don't care about what happened to him, but I'm just notating like what the magic is, how it's presenting, you know, trying to understand the arcane knowledge of it rather than what's really happening. So he's kind of half paying attention to what's happening, and more about the actual magic.
Perfect. I get it. It makes sense. Your character would want to understand the mechanics and the theoretics of it, and see if you can suss it out. It's exactly fitting of your character and his intense drive to understand everything magical. Yeah. All right. So you guys see him feverishly taking notes, very enthralled and passionate while he's doing it. And then, you know, after a few minutes, he completes, and Mr. Abernathy says, "That is the demonstration. Does that satisfy your trepidations, Thyra?"
Yes. I will go next.
Very well. Now here's the point where we're going to have a big lore drop. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and read exactly the solo one-shot origin story of each of the characters. So imagine that after each of you are done, but let's do them one at a time so you can role play reactions to what people share. And if it's cool with you, I'm just going to go back to the beginning of the origin story part, if that's what your character would be okay with, Thyra. Is that cool, Druid?
Yes.
Okay.
Side note, really glad I didn't catch up yet.
Because of this, yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Thank you. I thought I came up with a clever way of presenting it to you guys, so I'm glad this worked out.
Save your text throw.
All right, so we'll just call this Thyra's story in Malboria. Obviously, this isn't her entire life. This only goes back a certain ways that matters to this.
From the dream forward.
Well, maybe a little bit farther back than that, just to give them context. But just because your memories kind of go back to include it all, if that makes sense. So it'll make sense here, Drew, in a sec. I don't think I'm revealing anything your character wouldn't want. Okay. Nope. So, only a week ago, your whole life was suddenly turned upside down, and you now find yourself on the run from your own clan. You were recently chosen to join your clan's warband on your first hunt against a rival clan's scouting party. You were excited to finally get some field experience, even though you feel like the clans should be spending more time trying to unite against the rumored demon tribes of the north, rather than just fighting each other all the time. Despite your disagreement with the politics, you wanted to prove yourself in more than just training. That first night at the expedition camp, you steeled your resolve for the next day and settled into a restless sleep, where you had a strange dream. In the dream, you were alone, sharpening your blade near the campfire. You were surprised by a shiny black raven landing on the log next to you. It blinked at you briefly. Then, in stunned silence, you watched as it slowly waddled its way straight into the fire. You were also shocked to see the raven turn around inside the fire, completely unscathed. It then transformed into a tiny little dragon right before your eyes inside the fire, and it spoke one word to you: persevere. You awakened from the dream drenched in sweat and looked around. As you looked outside your tent, you realized that it was still just the middle of the night as the moon was in the middle of the sky. You decided to seek advice about the dream from the clan seer named Frode, who was along for the raid as an advisor. Unfortunately, this led to the accident which set your life on its current nightmarish course. You inadvertently walked into the wrong tent through the side access and happened to see that your own Jarl, Ratagar, was a demon in disguise as you caught him transforming after removing his armor. Instinctually, you drew your blade wide-eyed with fear, never having seen a creature like this in your life. It was at this moment that the clan seer walked into the tent from the front access. He looked at you, then looked at the Jarl wide-eyed. The demonic Jarl quickly changed shape back into his human disguise, and the seer called out for the guard outside the tent's main entrance. For a brief moment, you felt a sense of relief, believing that the seer called for the guard to help you fight this demonic thing. Alas, this hope was instantly dashed, because as soon as the guard entered the tent, the seer grabbed the guard from behind and slit his throat. The seer addressed the Jarl and said, "I told you to be more careful about your transformations." Then he yelled out for more guards, exclaiming, "To arms! Here has tried to assassinate the Jarl and has killed a guard." The Jarl joined in on the ruse and yelled, "She must be a demon spawn, and her mouth utters spells to beguile. Do not listen to her ravings. Catch her quickly so she can be drawn and quartered." Despite your legs feeling heavy from the utter horror which you unfolded before you, you realized instantly that the ultimate danger you were in. Of the ultimate danger you were in. Without thinking, you bolted from the tent, running full out straight into the cold night air. Luckily for you, one of the reasons they chose you for this expedition was because you were one of the fastest runners in the clan. After several days of narrowly eluding your trackers, you decided to risk a frozen death by fleeing to the nearby Dragonscale Mountains, an area renowned for how many brave warriors it has sent to the Valen Vault with its rampaging blizzards. After several hours, you have finally lost sight of your hunters. You think you spot a cave in a hillock on the side of the mountain that might provide shelter. Inside the cave, it is surprisingly spacious, but not massive, and you find a few animal bones lying on the floor. After searching deeper at the back of the cave, you're surprised to find a frozen ladder with a platform leading up to an inner chamber. Inside, you find a chamber of treasure and the remains of a dead Nordic warrior. You quickly realize that you are actually inside a frozen ship. Knowing a bit of your own history, you surmise that the hillock is actually the frozen Nost of some legendary Viking hero. It must have been swallowed up by a blizzard or avalanche long ago, although that does not explain how the ship even got here. Within the chamber are a number of trinkets, weapons, and armor, as well as a crate. The trinkets, weapons, and armor have long since corroded and look worthless. However, you also spot an intact, pristine scroll tube in the hands of the dead warrior. Perhaps it is magical, since it has not deteriorated. After investigating inside the scroll tube, you find a last will and testament, which is also intact, protected by the magic of the scroll tube. It confirms your belief. This is the lost Nost of Jotungeist, one of your favorite childhood legends. The document indicates that on his death, he wanted his ship brought here to the mountain where his wife died. In it, He also breaks with tradition and insists that if any worthy noble warrior should find his final resting place, they should take and use any of his treasure that will still have value. He was especially fond of, yet frustrated by, a strange, unbreakable mirror that he found in his travels. He says that his greatest seers were never able to uncover the mystery of the sword in the mirror. He hopes that someone from a future generation can uncover the mystery that his clan could not. After you find the mirror in a nearby crate, you see that this strange magical mirror reflects the surrounding area behind the viewer, but does not reflect the viewer. Instead, it reflects a beautiful and exotic black-bladed sword hovering in midair. After spending some time experimenting with the mirror, you are shocked to find that by striving to draw the sword from it, the sword responds to you and seems to bond with you. The mirror shatters and you find the sword resting comfortably in your hands. You can somehow visualize a raven rune barely etched along the jet black sparkling blade and instinctively know the sword is called Raven's Edge. After you believe enough time has passed and decide to leave, you find that the cave is no longer unoccupied. Apparently this cave, that you know is actually a nost, is also the home of a young ice drake, which now blocks your escape. After jumping down to face the hungry large ice lizard, the icy ground of the cave suddenly collapses underfoot for both of you, and you find you and the beast tumbling 80 feet down into a large open ice cavern. Luckily, the shape of the cave wall you initially impacted with was like a curved sheet of ice, so you basically slid down, taking only minimal damage. You get to your feet quickly and face off against the young ice drake. You narrowly defeat the beast with near mortal wounds and begin to explore the cave you find yourself trapped in. It turns out that the Nost was built on top of an actual ancient ice cave, whether intentionally or not. At the back of the cave is a small pool of water. At this point, you realize it has been some time since you have had any food or water, and you feel dizzy from exhaustion. Although it is strange that the water is not frozen, it seems very tempting to keep from passing out. Looking more closely, you realize the pool of water is actually a strange cistern embedded in the icy floor, made of a strange blue-hued dark metal. The cistern must be radiating a small bit of heat, as you can see steam hovering just above the warmed water. Although the warmth it radiates is minuscule, the rising heat must have caused the ice roof above to melt over a long period of time. That is likely what filled the cistern with water and also what caused the roof to be unstable. At the bottom of the cistern, you can also see 5 strange metal orbs arranged in a circle around some circular carving that you can't quite make out through the water. As you investigate the device closer, you can see that the carving looks like a dragon eating its own tail. You accidentally bleed into the water, and you are shocked to see the orbs at the bottom suddenly begin to glow a bright red. You feel a strange pull from the pool, as if gravity increased from that direction. It's at this point the fatigue of dehydration hits you the hardest. You start to lose consciousness and drop to the ground at the edge of the pool. As your consciousness fades, your body begins to slip into the cistern. The last thing you feel is this strange weapon vibrating in your hand as if to keep you from passing out. And the vision as projected holographically by the artifact concludes. And now you all know a little bit more about your new friend, Thyra. What's your character's last name again?
Tyr's daughter.
Tyr's daughter. So, you, Mr. Abenaki strokes his non-existent beard. And he says, "Oh, yes. Now I understand better. This means a lot. This is very helpful." He bows and says, "Thank you for sharing this piece of your memories with us. It will be very instrumental in helping us move forward." Does
You can
anyone
see
have
why I
any...
have some.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can see why I have some trust.
Shae stands up
I also
and she
see
goes
what-
over to Miss Thyra and gives her a hug.
Pets.
I see what you mean about the demons now.
Yes.
Wait, stop it.
That's why I'm skeptical
that
of
demon.
certain terms.
Sorry, I interrupted you again. Go ahead.
That's why I'm skeptical of certain terms as deals, pacts, those kinds of things.
Mr. Abenaki speaks up and says, "Oh, of course, I understand. Please, perhaps my phraseology was improper. Let me make it clear to you. My deal that I proffered is not a pact of any kind. Really just a mutually beneficial arrangement. As I explained, I believe that you all might be unique, beautiful, wonderful creatures of the lattice. And I would like to make sure that you are able to flourish. So
I'm like that moth.
I only offer my assistance and request that you let me understand you better and research your situation more. If you need me to rephrase that, let me know. You are under no obligation.
I just value honesty and clear communication.
Valid. Out of character, what was the high five for?
He killed the moth.
Ah, gotcha. Good job.
Nat 20.
Does anyone have
only
any
had one
questions
HP,
or
but-
comments for Thyra?
Shae's still hugging you.
I'll take that as no questions or comments from anybody.
No, halfway through, as soon as it started showing the interaction with the mirror, all notes stopped. Because it was so... What kind of magic is that?
Right.
And then got caught up in the story.
Right.
So, like, if you look at his notes, it's like neat, 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 and then just this trailed line of like.
Very cool.
I would like to have some more.
Whoa, we lost your audio. Say something.
Say something?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It was just probably the internet thing again. Go ahead. Say again. You may have to just project.
I would like to just get some better understanding of that.
Of what?
Considering you now know the sword at some point, now that you know the origins. But let us continue first.
Actually,
the
he
memories of
responds.
our friends.
He responds to you saying that. He says, "Yes, I must admit that I studied your little toy a little bit while you were sleeping. Not last night, but when I first brought you forth through the vortex into my realm, before I knew who and what you were. I did not take it from you. I simply studied it remotely. And I can share that is certainly an unusual pet you have there. It might prove difficult to rein in, but could be well worth it in the long run. I will see if I can offer any insight or assistance in that regard, as we both come to understand it better. Who would like to go next?
Shae raises her hand.
Are you gonna say, do me, do me? Sorry. So she raised her hand?
Yeah. So as soon as she lets go of her hug and she said, me, Shae will go. Shae, please, please.
Do we have any objections? Next.
Not for me.
Please step
I'd like
forward
to
with
study that sword too, if you would.
little lady.
Not right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Didn't ask for it now.
Here we go. Shae's story in Haunt Home. Your journey to get to this point in your life has been a strange one. Almost 6 months ago, you had been living your life quietly in a massive underground lake settlement that has been hidden and relatively safe ever since the dark reign over 160 years ago. Your people have easily adapted to life underground during these many generations, and even evolved with new characteristics like extended dark vision and light gray skin. You were once in the, you were one of the newest births of your people at just 27 years ago. You always felt sheltered and bored, as if you should have been born elsewhere, and you always wondered what the outside world was like. You're mostly content to spend time with your friend and mentor, the human refugee, Dalius Windchaser, known amongst your people as Dalius the Adult, because of his fanciful fairy tales and mild senility. Your people found him at the edge of the tunnels which lead out of the mountain and took him in as a refugee. They never believed any of his fanciful stories, but you did. You loved hearing him tell his tales, and it made you curious to experience the outside world, even though that was utter taboo amongst your people. Sadly, about a year ago, he passed away peacefully in his sleep. It was almost as if he knew it was coming, because the day before, he made sure that you knew that his favorite rock and his fancy book were to be yours when he died. You had mostly overcome your grief, were getting back to the business of living, but that was all about to change. One night you had trouble sleeping and decided to go chat with your cousin who was on guard duty. As usual, you found he had fallen asleep again, even though he was always getting into trouble for this behavior. Just as you were waking him up, a terrifying 5-headed green-skinned giant emerged from the darkness of Taboo Tunnel. Luckily, you were there because you and your cousin ran quickly to ring the town bell and wake everyone up. You also helped direct some of the villagers to take shelter away from where the beast was rampaging against the town defenders. Tragically, many of your bravest Dark Elven warriors, including your cousin, died that day trying to hurt the creature, but it just laughed as its wounds healed up. During the fight, your oldest living village elder realized that it was an advanced troll of some kind and surmised that you all were not going to be adequate enough to defeat the troll. He recalled some of his knowledge of the giantish language and tried to parley with the monster. Eventually, they struck the only bargain it was willing to make. The troll let your people leave the cavern and claimed the entire underground lake as its new territory. It threatened that it might still decide to hunt your people down in a few days if it got hungry. Reluctantly and with great trepidation, your people left the underground lake area and ventured into the terrifying outside world. It was very rough going, wandering across the cold Gothic wasteland with the infinite overcast of the clouds always purveying your vision. Your people had several encounters against wandering undead and did not escape unscathed. Eventually, your people ran into a scout patrol of actual living people who claimed to come from the only living civilization left in the world. They were very surprised and happy to see your people and escorted you back to their valley stronghold. In the end, only about a third of your villagers, including your parents, survived the journey. Despite the tragedy, the people of Final Haven, as the stronghold was known, have taken you in with open arms. You've only been here a few weeks, but the leaders of this civilization discovered some talent in you. They began teaching you the ways of the ranger and planned to have you eventually join their scout teams. You're excited by this because it means you can see even more of the world despite the dangers. Here in your new home of Final Haven, you were recently tasked to join a special expedition mission as a guide. They needed your help to find your former underground settlement that you had to abandon many months ago. Since your people were one of the only pure elven settlements to survive the dark rain at an underground water source which was never tainted by the infection, the leadership of Final Haven wanted, excuse me, banana burp.
Why specify?
Sorry.
I mean,
someone clip that.
That's scuffed on 2 different. I'll let the chat figure out.
All right, I'm sorry. Totally broke the mood. Right. I'm gonna go back. All right, sorry. I didn't realize that would be so good as it was. Since your people were one of the only pure elven settlements to survive the dark rain at an underground water source which was never tainted by the infection, the leadership of Final Haven want to set up a magical tributary to this massive freshwater source. They wanted your help in getting back to it and wanted to give you some field experience as part of one of their tactical scout teams. You had another reason you wanted to go back to your former village. In the haste to escape the wrath of the dire troll, you were unable to take an important memento from your mentor, the sigil painted rock that was so precious to him. This was an opportunity to get back one of the few belongings that means a great deal to you. You pondered this with a bit of nervous excitement the night before the mission. Also, that same night, before your first mission, you had a strange dream. In the dream, a human-sized yellow talking canary appeared in your cabin. It spoke in the voice of your mentor and warned you of a vague impending doom and that you forgot to shut the door. It then suddenly transformed into a small dragon and flew away into darkness. When you woke up, your cabin door was open and you couldn't remember leaving it open. You had trouble getting back to sleep, but eventually you pushed the dream away and got a few more hours of shut-eye. The next day, your mission started really well. It seems being a ranger comes naturally to you, and you were able to guide the experienced team across the landscape, and their expertise allowed your group to avoid conflict against wandering undead. Furthermore, things seemed to be going well in the tunnels, as the scout team were able to bravely assault the hideous dire troll that killed many of your people and drove you away from your underground home. During the fight, you were able to race over to your old hut and grab your precious stone. My precious. The assault squad wanted you to stay back and hide anyway, since the monster could have killed you in one shot. Once the creature was felled, your team began exploring the outer edges of your village. Your team noticed a strange dark tunnel in the back part of your village. It seems that the dire troll had uncovered a tunnel your people had covered up long ago. You and one of the scout team leaders, a human fighter rogue named Gordy, were discussing the tunnel as he was about to walk into it, when you suddenly remembered that this tunnel was blocked off because it was unstable. You instinctively took a step in front of him to stop him from walking into it, but suddenly the ground gave way underneath you, plunging you into an underwater stream. The last thing you saw in that moment was Gordy reaching out to grab your hand, but then having to jump back to avoid falling into the crevice as well. In just a few minutes, you were swept miles away into a part of the tunnel system your people were never able to explore. After barely surviving the rapids and a few times when the rock in your backpack was pulling you underwater, the tunnel eventually spills out into a completely separate underground lake. You pull yourself ashore and find a moderately sized cave. As you look about to see if you can find a way out, you do find a crack in the wall. It seems to be the only egress from this area. The narrow tunnel eventually leads to a crossroads of man-made tunnels. The tunnel on the left seems to slope downward into darkness. Also, you think you can hear the sounds of breathing or growling coming from it. The tunnel to the right slopes upward, and you think you can see a faint bit of light flickering in the distance. As you approach the light at the end of the tunnel, by going up the right side, you find a small carved out chamber that appears to be some sort of temple. There's an altar in the center of the room that appears to be made of a strange black gold colored metal. It is attached at the back end of a 5-sided black gold colored metal dais with a strange carving on it. The carving looks like a dragon eating its own tail. On the dais are 5 Gothic-looking torch sconces at each point. They are also made of the same black gold metal, and they also seem to be attached to the dais. 4 of the 5 sconces are lit with a magical fire, which is why you saw the light flickering down the hallway. As you approach, you can see that the carving appears to be a circular dragon eating itself from the tail. Sorry, I jumped ahead of myself there. And the altar appears to be attached to the dais. You now also notice a dried up old corpse laying behind the altar. It looks like the corpse is holding a rusty old knife to its arm. The gruesome scene almost looks as if the person was purposefully bleeding themselves on the altar. Unfortunately, before you have a chance to investigate further, you hear a grunting sound behind you. You reel around to see a gray Grimlock has wandered into the room and is lunging towards you. After combating the cannibalistic humanoid creature to the death, nearly losing your life in the challenging fight of your life, you accidentally bleed on the dais, which activates the device, causing you to lose consciousness right after seeing the 5th sconce lit up with a reddish light.
In watching the events unfold, in looking at the rock that Shae has, in that vision, is it clear? Can I see what the writing looks like through that vision? Or is it too muddied for trying to recognize any language on it?
Yeah, the vision is clear, but there's not enough, because of the distance and stuff, there's not enough detail for you to be able to tell. Obviously, you now know of the rock, though. So.
Okay.
Thyra will go up and give an awkward side hug to Shae. And like a little pat on the head.
She leans her head into you.
Mr. Abenaki says, you've had the rough going for such a young elven lass, but you are weathering it well. Be confident in yourself, little Shae. You are doing fine. And these details matter. So I'm quite confident I will be able to set you all on a good path. But let's be sure. Let me see what the other ones have seen as well. Do you all have any questions or comments for our friend Shae?
Just share when you're ready.
Very well. Who is next?
You were gonna say something?
I'll go next.
All right.
Yeah, Merrik gives an eager like, yeah, you next.
Very well then, Merrik. You can take your notes.
You guys, of course,
would you like me to
the level of this pedestal means it's going to be really tough for him to reach. So you guys notice Mr. Abenaki waves his hand and a step rises up out of the ground next to the pedestal, just enough for him to stand on so he can touch the orb.
as that happens, I'm gonna lean down to Sindri and be like, might have been nice if you installed that by the bed, eh?
Definitely could have helped.
Mr. Abenaki says,
An oversight on my part. I will make sure that is taken care of.
Yeah, oversight, yeah.
so,
At one point when that happens, Shae goes, "Magic
Really?
is so cool. I wish I was that special."
We will find something special about you soon, not worry, Shae. I believe you, all four of you, are quite unique in the entirety of the lattice. But if I tell you too much too soon, it might drive you mad. So, let's continue.
In all honesty, I'm surprised I'm not mad right now. A lot has happened.
Well, madness and genius are the same side of the coin.
next up is Sindri of Arathia. Sindri, after struggling to make a name for yourself in the city of Valentia, you decide to take a freelance job to gain a bit more experience. You are hired on as a new recruit for a mercenary company, the Red Sand Jackals, who work for a wealthy merchant of the Iron Maw Empire. Your team was sent to explore a newly discovered ancient dungeon under a ruin, which was found in a recently acquired territory in the deep desert. After successfully navigating the early part of the dungeon, one of the team missed a floor trap, and due to the age of the ruin, a massive swath of the floor collapsed, shockingly dropping your entire team to their deaths into an underground canyon, and also blocking your only means of escape. Forced to wander alone in the ancient tunnels, you began looking for a way out so this place would not become your final tomb. After almost a day of exploring, you stumbled upon a secret door. After figuring out how to open the secret door, you find a dark corridor leading to a strange rune-encircled arch with a sealed stone door. The magic runes read, "May these words enlighten your path to enter." After experimenting, you realize you just need to pass some magic into the runes to open the door. Inside the room, you found a wizard's sanctum full of beakers, bottles, and various alchemical apparatus on a work table. There was also a bed and a wardrobe, but they were empty as if the occupant left the place in a hurry. Wedged on the side of the work table near the wall, you find a journal that looks like it had been forgotten hastily. After perusing the journal, apparently a wizard named Sarvandivus, sorry, I had to read my own handwriting. A wizard named Sarvandivus owned this ruin over 300 years ago. That is an age for which historical chroniclers don't really have much information, since the current autocrats keep a tight rein on historical knowledge that might deviate from their own propaganda. Also, the journal's end suggested that the mage was being hunted by an ancient faction of blood magic fanatics who eradicated anyone who did not practice magic through sorcery. This may be why it appeared he left in a hurry and never returned. The journal further indicated, with illustrations, that the mage had discovered an ancient mystical chamber deep in the earth on his property. And he believes it was crafted by an unknown civilization over 1,000 years ago. In the center of the chamber was a gigantic round platform with 5 obelisks embedded in its periphery, and a massive carving of an Ouroboros dragon dominating the circle. The illustration in his journal was quite detailed. The journal shared that the entire structure was made of an unknown meteoric metal that radiates faint magic. The now long dead and gone wizard believed that the structure was some type of teleportation device intended to open a gateway to other worlds. Although his many decades of research proved mostly fruitless, he claimed he was able to briefly activate it one time using his blood, and was able to summon a strange but fairly weak fiendish creature. He theorized that he needed a different type of blood or a specific race or person's blood for it to activate fully. He planned to try to master the device so he could bring forth something stronger in the hopes that he could use them in gladiatorial arenas. Unfortunately for him, he must have had to flee before he ever got a chance to do that. The journal explains how to get down to the chamber, though, through another secret door in this very room. You decided that it may be your one and only way to escape this tomb. After finding the secret door in the back of the armoire, you made your way down the ancient zigzagging stairs. You found a 40-foot-long corridor leading to the portal antechamber. Before you made your way towards it, you heard what sounded like a woman's voice exclaiming, "Help me! Help! It hurts so much!" She sounded like she was in deep pain, crying into the darkness. You realized it was possible the voice belonged to one of your mercenary companions, but you couldn't be sure. You decided to err on the side of caution in trying to assist her. You made your way into the chamber to see if you could help whoever was calling out, but you found that the voice was a trick. It belonged to a small, red, demonic creature who was hungry for your flesh. After narrowly defeating the tiny demon and doing a very poor job of mending your wound, you you passed out from blood loss, and the last thing you remember is the device activating with a red glow before closing your eyes.
You had to get that bit in, didn't you?
Your device. All of the devices are similar but different from each other. I find this quite fascinating. Interesting. Looks like Merrik is last. You have a question?
The Ouroboros that we see, do they all look of the same identical design of or they all just have different renditions of an Ouroboros?
They look pretty identical. I mean, for the most part.
More identical than would be a coincidence.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Sindri?
You need to practice how to wrap wounds, Sindri.
Maybe you could show me that if you wouldn't mind.
Ooh,
I wouldn't.
I can.
Shae, thank you very much.
I was always very good at it. At least that's what my mom always told me. But she's the one who taught me, so she's really good.
Mr. Abernathy.
Yes.
There may be something further back if you wanted to go and see that.
I was gonna say the only thing we didn't see was the dream. We all seem to have shared.
Yours is a bit of an anomaly. Our virtuous friend here. Sindri, your dream happened far in advance of your eventual
Indeed.
finding of this place. Your dream, look farther back for it. Touch the device again.
Touches it while concentrating on the dream.
So, obviously it goes farther back in time for him, several months, in fact. And you guys get to see where, you might have to help me with this one, BT, but I'll do my best to do it justice.
Yep.
He was always sort of kind of, you get to see that he was always sort of a prankster in his village. And he, in a bit of a ne'er-do-well. And because he was incredibly bored with all the stuff in his village and all the, the things that they wanted to do. And but one day he was coming back from, I guess it was a run to the city on behalf of the village to bring back some important things. And
Ingredient gathering.
What?
Ingredient gathering.
Right, ingredient gathering. Yeah. And he experienced this. Well, he thought he experienced this, but I'll describe what he thought he experienced, and that was that he thought he saw a meteor come flying down out of the sky and hit the ground up ahead of him in the distance in the desert, and with a fiery explosion, and he ran over to it and found a flaming crater, a small flaming crater. At the center of the crater was a small flaming bird, and for some reason he felt compelled to protect the bird, and went and got the bird out of the crater and tried to nurse it back to health. Am I right? Am I remembering so far? Right? Or am I off?
Yeah.
Okay. And he made a fire. Even though the bird was on fire, he needed to keep himself warm. And as he nursed the bird, he just kind of decided that
the bird itself wasn't on fire from what we've done. That's what the bird itself wasn't on fire. That's why we made the fire.
Right. That's right. The bird seemed flaming at first, but then wasn't on fire, and so you made the fire. Right. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. And then he rested that night. He fell asleep while taking care of it, and in the morning he woke up, and instead of the bird being there, a little tiny dragon was there. And I forget, did it just flew off, or did it say something to you and fly off?
In mine, it was the fire that I'd made, exploded, and that's when I got thrown against a tree and blacked out.
Right. The fire exploded in the center, and as it turned into a dragon, and then he flew back into the tree. And then when he woke up, he ran to the village and was in trouble with the village elders because he, didn't do his duty. And he said, but this stuff happened to me. And so they all went back to where he took them back to where it supposedly happened. And there was no crater, there was no evidence, there was not even a tree. And he realized that it was all just an incredibly vivid dream. But since that point, he started to develop his sorcerer's powers, and they kind of went awry. And he asked, there were moments while he was at the village where his powers would activate without him knowing, and he would burn things. Nothing bad had happened, but people were being suspicious of him. And then one day an accident happened and someone got hurt. And it wasn't his fault, but they blamed him anyway. And then his village elders decided that he was too much of a threat to the village, and he needed to go into the city and find work there. So they gave him a pretty hefty amount of gold and sent him packing. Did I describe it pretty well? Did I miss anything?
It's near enough, and we filled in some gaps that I think we'd actually left open because we'd pieced it together from my backstory and fitting it into the world.
Right. So you guys get to see all that. And
well, that was very enlightening. Your dream happened at a different time, but was very similar to the others. Looks like we have one left. Merrik?
Hands his notebook to see.
Yep, 100%. Right. Thank you, Merrik. I will do my best.
Thank you.
All right. Merrik's story in Valion. A few months ago, you were apprenticed to a noble mage knight named Sir Conrad at the Theurge Consortium, the newly formed magic guild and college, which was founded by the king's mysterious advisor, Archmagus Mirzin Wilt. You were recruited by a traveling scholar, Owen Griffith, who is an academic at the consortium. While he was passing through your township, he witnessed your unusual artistic talent with spells. After requesting a formal interview with you, he was even more impressed that your few initial spells were self-taught and believed you may have a genius-level intellect for magic. He asked you to travel back to Caerleon with him to join the consortium, and insisted it was a take-it-or-leave-it one-time moment. As a commoner, you and your family felt it was an incredible opportunity for you, so you quickly jumped at the chance to prove to yourself that you could take your magic skills to the next level. You have been settling in well at the college. Your initial few weeks consisted mostly of some magic history, basic magic tests, and core spell lessons. You were excelling at most of them, but for some reason you were having trouble with the Find Familiar spell working for you. You couldn't wrap your head around why you couldn't seem to cast the spell properly. This did not stop the leadership of the Order from being impressed with your abilities, however, and they quickly decided to give you some field experience. 10 days ago, you and your mentor, Sir Conrad, were assigned what was supposed to be a low-threat level quest. You were to escort a caravan on a minor diplomatic trade mission to a secret rendezvous near the borders of the Feylands Kingdom. You and your mentor's duty was to support the caravan knights in protecting the caravan for its trade mission. Your caravan needed to complete a trade of archaeological relics to the elven and fairy convoy in exchange for some magic scrolls. Furthermore, hidden amongst the scrolls is a secret intelligence report on Titanhold troop movements near the northwestern border. The mission seemed to go off without a hitch, as the area was in a good hidden locale. Your caravan and your Feyland allies decided to camp there for the night before heading back to your respective kingdoms the next day. That night, you watched excitedly as your mentor used his magic sending stones to relay the most pertinent intelligence back to HQ. Feeling confident and satisfied, you settled in for some solid shut-eye that night. Deep in the night, you had a strange dream. In the dream, it was daytime, and you found yourself alone in a clearing, drinking some water by the bank of a small stream. For some reason, you were filled with dread and confusion as to where you are and where you should go next. At that moment, you saw an owl land on the branch of a dead tree on the other side of the stream. It seemed to be staring straight at you. As you stared back, the owl suddenly transformed into a terrifying black dragon which collapsed to the tree. The dragon then roared at you, yelling, "Run!" Just at that moment, you were awakened by your mentor with his hand over your mouth and his finger to his lips to shush you. You noticed he was bleeding. You thought you heard screaming outside the tent. Sir Conrad pushed a backpack, water pouch, and weapon into your hands. He whispered an order to you, saying, "You need to sneak out the back of the tent right now and head due east until you find the Roland Road. You have to escape and tell them we were ambushed in the night by blackguards. I'm going back to try and save some of the envoy and buy you time to escape." Just as you were about to protest to join him in the fight, he said, "And by the great dragon, don't try to argue with me. You need to do as I say right now, or I'll make sure you are kicked out of the order forever. You need to survive and escape, and I don't intend to die here either. I'll try to find you. Now go." Everything happened so fast. It was hard to process everything, so you quickly did as commanded. As you ran out of the tent far into the night, looking behind you, you could hear the clang of metal and the flash of spells, and feel the fear rising in your throat. After hours of running deep into the forest, you escape any potential pursuers. Your body forced you to take a break. You stopped to catch your breath behind a tree and vomited from running so hard for so long. You wondered how things could go so wrong so quickly. 6 days passed. You found yourself deeply lost in the Wildernog forest, a place notorious for having magic wards which cause trespassers to get turned around. You chastise yourself for not paying a bit more attention in that basic survival class, as your water skin has run dry, and you were feeling the initial pangs of starvation. The next morning, you were resting at the edge of a small clearing. A small white owl lands on the branch of a tree next to you. It blinks at you indifferently and flies off to the other side of the clearing. Each time you seek out the owl, it seems to stop on the branch of a tree right within your visual range, almost if it is daring or intending for you to follow it. After following it for about an hour, you're excited to stumble upon a small stream. You quickly quench your thirst and fill your water skin. You see the owl peering down at you from a dead tree branch, almost as if it is judging you. It dawns on you that this seems very similar to your dream you had that started you on this journey. Something in your mind clicks, and you feel an epiphany about your trouble casting the Find Familiar spell. After finally successfully casting the Find Familiar spell, you find that your little owl guide has bonded to you and happily lets you feed him. You also have an empathic bond with it and can issue commands to it. Although far from hearth and home, you are very comforted by your new owl friend. He seems quite happy perched on your shoulder or even on your head. After naming him Echo, you decide to follow the stream in one direction, hoping it might lead you to civilization at some point. After another day of traveling, you find that the stream ends in a natural spring. Nearby, you spy an ancient thicket. You think you can spot a tiny ruined stone building with its roof open to the elements. Entering the small structure, you see that it is overgrown with moss and vines, and there appears to be a stone seat or throne at the back of its wall. Upon the seat, you barely make out the shape of a skeleton in crusty, corroded armor covered in vines and overgrowth. You glance at your new owl friend and he just blinks at you, unfazed by the sight. You warily approach the skeleton throne and see that the corpse knight's bony hand is raised and appears held up by the vines. It points to an archway behind it to your left. You didn't even notice the archway before because it was a blanket of vines covering it. You can now see that walking through that archway would lead you out to an open area behind the tiny one-room building. Echo nuzzles your neck briefly and then begins preening himself comfortably on your shoulder. After pushing inside the vines blocking the archway, you notice a great henge in an open grove. The grove is surrounded by a wall of tall trees and a deep thicket, which completely obscures it from all sides, save for this single entrance through the tiny building. Although you have heard of the various stone henges throughout the Ungalled lands, you've never seen one before. This seems different from what you read about, only because in the center of the circle of giant stones, you notice an 8-foot-tall, shiny, yet dark-colored statue of a dragon with its wings pulled up and back. It sits upon a similar-looking circular dais. As you get closer, you realize the statue and dais are made of a silvery, dark blue metal. The dragon statue has its hands outstretched with its palms up and its mouth open. You notice smooth, diamond-shaped engravings, embossings in the hand's mouth and one on its chest. Fascinated by the sight, you take a few moments to study it further. You also notice that no grass, plants, or vines touch the edifice. Furthermore, etched on the dais surrounding the dragon statue is a carving of an Ouroboros. Before you get a chance to decide whether to investigate further or leave, you hear the crunch of footsteps on grass behind you. You wheel around to see the skeletal warrior with the rusted armor from the entrance is creeping toward you with a sword drawn. After barely surviving this surprise encounter with the undead skeletal warrior and defeating it in battle, your thirst and hunger finally start to hit you the hardest. You stumble backwards and plop down on the dais for just a brief moment to catch your breath. As you do so, some of the blood from your wounds trickles onto the dais. The Ouroboros encircling the dragon begins to glow a deep red color, and you can sense a slight magical vibration emanating from it. You bravely or foolhardily decide to experiment further with the edifice, hoping it could be some mystical teleportation circle that could get you closer to civilization. After using your blood on each of the diamond embossments, causing them to glow red, you feel the statue suddenly draining your power, and you quickly succumb to unconsciousness.
Listen, I only licked my own blood because it was...
Sorry, go ahead.
You guys talked at the same time?
I know.
Go ahead, Faye.
I only licked my own blood because it was for science.
Sure.
Yes, it is. It is as I thought. There's a strange connection between all of you. What I find incredibly fascinating is that if two of you had the same experience, it might be an interesting coincidence. Three of you, I begin to suspect strangeness, but all four of you, nearly within hours, all from your respective worlds, all coming together in similar places and similar times. And to be clear, as I indicated before, and now that I have seen them for sure, the edifices, the devices that you found, those are not facilitators of transport. Well, let me say that again. Those devices do not teleport or transport people across realms. They are only the facilitator for the focal point for someone to be able to do so, if they have the ability to do so. All those devices did was awaken latent powers within each of you. Furthermore, I noticed the metal structure of each of them is different from each of your worlds, which makes perfect sense because each of you have different minerals that exist on your planets. As the son of a smith, and as the son of a out of character. What I forgot. Your dad was a what?
Tinkerer.
A tinkerer, yeah. As the son of a smith and the son of a tinkerer at Otterson, you all were familiar with the different types of metals of your world. Let me ask you, first, Sindri, have you ever heard of a rare metal from your world called adamantite? Out of character, your character has heard of it, you've just never seen it.
I have heard of it, but I've never acquired it or seen it myself.
You see that your edifice that you found was made of pure adamantite, which is incredibly rare and valuable.
So technically I have seen it.
Yes, just not until that time.
Interesting.
And Merrik, have you heard of a rare mineral metal hybrid in your world called mithranite? And out of character, yes, your character has heard of mithranite, and one time you actually got to see it, but it was a small dagger, and you didn't necessarily put two and two together. But now that he's saying it, you're like, oh. Sure enough, the edifice was made of adamantite, or excuse me, mithranite.
Make a note of that.
Now I don't know
Side
if
note, the notes.
if Shae and Thyra's knowledge. Thyra, what was your father's name? What was your father's profession?
They were both farmers.
Mm-hmm.
Before my father was a farmer, he was a highly esteemed warrior.
I see. Well, perhaps in his travels he may have heard. So each of your worlds has a special rare, ultra rare metal that is intrinsic to your world. Malboria, your world, is known for having a metal called cold iron or black steel. The edifice, the cistern that you found was made of that. And finally, Shae, from Hunt Home. Your world is known for a rare hybrid metal called orichalcum. And that was what your edifice was made out of. There is still much for me to learn to understand what meaning this is. All I can say is that for anyone to have amassed such a large amount of these rare metals in such a place is surprising indeed. My only theory, to be honest, is that somewhere, some point in time, someone within your world gained the knowledge that there were other realms and other worlds to travel to across the Mind Song lattice. And since they uncovered this understanding, they had an innate need to try and make it happen. There may be reasons that make sense to me why that is the case. But we may not be ready for that knowledge just yet. If you put your faith in me a little longer. All I can tell you is that each of you are unique in all of the lattice, in all of the realmverse, because I have never heard of someone from your realms transporting into the supernal firmament the way you did after activating those devices. See, the devices, they didn't do the transporting. All they did was activate your ability, but because you didn't know how to focus it, I believe all of you were dumped into the only place that you could end up in. Luckily, the space in the supernal firmament is a place of both physicality and mind. Thus, your wounds were, as it were, suspended from deteriorating further. And then I found you and was able to bring you back from the brink. My goal is to help you awaken this power so that you can use it however you so wish. If you wish to find a way back home, then that will be up to you. You will find that this ability could be quite useful to you in many ways. You see, these devices, these gate devices, require blood or genetic code to awaken them, to activate them, excuse me. My goal will be to get you to be able to use your abilities and to help you access these devices for you to do with as you will. But I will share with you, I will warn you, it will be a long road. And before we even get there, we need to train. I need to train your body and your minds. This is why I have brought my friend Conrad. No, not Conrad. Connor. That was a misspell by me. Connor the Construct. He will be here in the office to train you physically. But before that, I wish to train your minds.
Jay is visibly scared as soon as he says Connor is going to train us.
So, you had a question, Thyra. You raised your hand.
So, do you think it's connected to the dragon we saw out in the supernal firmament? The one that was trapped in ice?
kind of stands there for a moment quietly, and you see his head go back and forth.
I'm not sure that what you experienced was something, an actual visual event in the firmament, or if it was a shared dream. This will require further study. I'm sorry I do not have the answer for you in that regard. But considering that all the devices seem to have similar filigree, perhaps there is something to it. We shall have to wait and see, I suppose.
Oh, you both got questions.
Yes.
Who's going first?
That's not a
Sindri.
question. It's just a note for what I've written in his book. At the end of taking the notes, to the best of what I've seen him taking notes as, I wrote on the end, as a thank you for the boosts, the day that the dream happened, the Tinker Toy that I have at the top of my staff became a spell focus too. Because that wasn't in the dream, and I figured it's a piece of information that he'd like to know.
Especially someone who loves magic, yep.
Exactly.
And what was your question?
So as I am stating my question, halfway through I'm gonna grab the book and notice it. So you'll all right, well, interesting. You seem to know a lot about these effigies, and you say someone on our planet, more likely, duly noted, Sindri. Could it be just as likely that it's actually not multiple people, but one person? They all kind of do the same thing. They all look rather similar in various ways. They all activate the same way. And you, my friend, know a lot more about it than we do. So,
what is your question?
all's perfect. There was no question. It was more of a factual statement. Or rather, I guess if you want a question out of it, is it more likely that one individual in this being the foremost authority on these effigies that you know a lot about?
Of course, you can't see any expression on his face because it's completely covered, but he just stands there and says, I can promise you more answers, but I can't promise you all of the answers. Some of the answers you will have to find yourself on your journey. I have come to the conclusion, at least, that I view you all to be radiant orchids that I would like to help bloom, rather than pests that need to be eradicated.
See, you say that as if you know there's going to be...
I lost your last words. Please.
Oh, you say that as if you believe there are people already after us.
As if there are already people... I'm sorry.
Coming after us.
I did not mean to imply that that is the case. Well, but you're good at reading between the lines. Let me share that there are some things that I'm holding back. They are also related to the front door of the house. But I'm afraid that if you know the truth now, the full truth, it may be damaging to your psyche. I would rather not put you at the risk and would rather train your minds and your bodies over several weeks. And then when the time is right, I will allow you to make your own destiny, to leave the nest, as it were, and fly on your own. Whether that means making a new home with each other, or going back to your homes, or maybe both. That will be up to you.
So what is the plan then?
The plan is
Because I'm gonna need a shield.
Oh, I can make sure that
And
you
a
have...
sheath for my sword.
As a matter of fact, I was thinking about creating a special enchanted sheath, which might prove useful in suppressing your pet's urges. Of course, it will be a bit before
You need to... What do you mean by pet and its urges? Because this is a sword.
Well,
I too took note that you called it a pet previously.
Is it a construct like Mr. Connor?
Similar, but not quite. Not exactly.
So it can't talk?
Not yet. But I believe that as she grows in power, the sword, which is now bound to her, will also grow in power and may awaken its own latent abilities.
So it can talk?
Maybe. We don't know for sure.
Oh. That's so cool.
So my plan for you is to have Sergeant Connor here take over physical training for you. First, you will need to do group training for two weeks. Then you will do mental training, which will consist of group training and individual training. That will require a few weeks. And then we will move on to specialized combat training, including magic combat training, individual combat training, and individual martial combat training for those who need it. And finally, it will culminate in group encounter training. I will create a unique facility in my garden. It will be a scenario encounter. Basically, it will be an infiltration of a small dungeon. You'll need to overcome the challenges of the dungeon. And if you do, then I'm quite confident that you will grow experienced enough to have the physical and mental capability to utilize your powers effectively and not be shattered by the new truth that you will uncover at the end. What say you? I tell you what, we should all go have lunch now. I will have it served. I mean, I guess actually it hasn't been that long since breakfast. I don't eat, so I don't think of these things. But I'll let you all take the afternoon to think about it and come together and decide for yourselves as new friends. And come to me and just let me know what you wish.
I'm ready for lunch.
I've got nothing to lose, so I'm in.
Say again?
I've got nothing to lose. So everyone else can take their time thinking. I just...
Yes, Shae.
Two possibly easy questions, because I was just thinking about this now. So how long have you been the caretaker of this garden?
for as long as I can remember.
How long is that? Sorry, that's the third question. I'm sorry.
Do not apologize for asking questions, Shae.
Really?
No.
Okay.
As far as I know, for as long as the supernal firmament has existed.
Leads to another question, but I want to get to my actual second question. But do you have an actual garden here that I can wander through?
Yes, out the back. There are various areas of the garden that are real.
And then my extra question, I'm probably gonna get the same answer again, but I'm still gonna ask it. How long has this place been around?
She's looking for a number.
See, she knows. She knows what I'm looking for.
It has been around for as long as it is existed. That is all I can answer. Don't have a number for you.
I tried. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, the shield and my special sheath for my sword.
Well, I will make sure that you get at least a regular sheath at first. It will take me some time to create the enchanting sheath, but we'll get you something in a shield. Of course, once training commences, we will make sure that you have whatever tools or implementations that you need. To be clear, your mental training will consist of working together in a classroom, learning a new language. After watching and studying and listening to you all and understanding your knowledges, I have a special book that will teach you all a language that I believe could prove useful to you in the future. It is called Abyssal. You will be studying it together for 3 weeks under my tutelage directly. Also, during that time, you will have some special training that will assist you in activating your mind and critical thinking further. This is one that I will request, but hopefully insist upon, and that is, Merrik, I would like you to teach Thyra Celestial, because I am quite confident that you will find that she can easily pick up that language. And it is quite useful that you know it. Add a character. Did I already tell you the special book teaches Abyssal?
Yes.
Okay, right. Furthermore, all of you during this special training will not just learn languages. You will each be taught proficiency in first aid, or as you might call it, a medicine skill.
Seems wise.
Say again. What'd you say?
I said, seems wise.
I said for Sindri, but that's just any chance to jab at BT, I'ma take it.
Of course, the group
After that,
physical. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna say I recast prestidigitation on her armor. It's a reminder that I'm keeping her cool at the minute.
Okay. Of course, the group physical training will be your standard military style physical training to increase your physical athletics and acrobatics and cardiovascular systems. Some of you may struggle more than others, but it will be valid and useful. You will have individual training. Shae, I believe it would be useful to you to get additional advanced survival training, in which case you will be granted expertise in it. Sindri will be given extra training in persuasion, so that he will be gaining expertise in it.
Interesting.
Thyra will be getting very advanced athletics training to gain expertise in that. And Merrik will be gaining an expertise in sleight of hand with advanced training. For the magic combat training, Sindri, I will have you working on repetitive casting to hone your combat technique. It will be quite grueling, but useful. Near the end of your individual magical training, you will each have to, both your individual magical combat training and your martial combat training, you will each have your own individual tests in which you will be tasked with hunting something that I will provide as a foil to you. Merrik, because you learn magic differently than Sindri, I will be operating some of the books from my private library to you. And you will be learning 2 spells per week during this time, for a total of 3 weeks of time. So 6 new spells. This is beyond whatever you have learned from your own growth. For the martial combat training, Thyra, you'll be honing your combat with sword and shield if you wish, and practicing your rune skills. Shae, you need more combat training to boost your confidence. So you need to practice your stealthy guerrilla warfare tactics that you have started down the road of. And Connor will be able to help you both in these regards. He will also be the one overseeing your physical training. And I will not tell you more about the group encounter training until you have successfully completed the others. And that's what we'll do next week.
Training montage next week.
Yeah. So next week, what you guys can do is at the first is you'll have a role play where you talk amongst yourselves. If you decide that you want to take him up on this, and find out what else, and then from there, if that's what you guys decide together as a group you want to do, then that's what we'll be doing.
Cool. Training montage.
Thank you and all our audience for listening
3.
to me drone on. My voice is shot now, but I feel like it was worth it for everybody to be able to kind of perceive each other's backstories now from within the game instead of having to watch the video. Now you can still go watch the video because it's worth it. It's fun. There's a lot of comedy gold in there that you guys need. Do you as players have any questions or comments for tonight's session?
No, not really.
Processing.
Shae is very, very scared right now of combat training against Connor based on him being able to create weapons out of nowhere.
It's Connor McClunker.
Thyra's stoked about it.
Connor McClunkerson.
What'd you say, buddy?
No, instead of McGregor.
I said Connor McClunkerson.
Man, pump that jam. Pump it up.
All right. So, wow, look at all the amazing folks who've been in there hanging out with us. We got Sargana, Golden Drake, Nana Alcozy, Spiper as always sticking around for the whole thing. He had to go a little bit earlier, but that's okay. We understand. Proxima, hello. Mr. Hildebrand, Pelicanon, Just JTB. You guys are amazing. Thank you all.
Thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight.
All right, who do we want to raid? What do you guys think?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me look.
Sizzle.
Sizzling. That's what makes Stormy's live.
There's Ilt, Brotasai. I'm Wilgrim.
Woo! I will grow. Let's do it.
All right, seems like a plan to me. Let me go.
You need his title of his stream is Pop-Tarts are breakfast ravioli, and if you guys would like to argue or agree, I feel like that should be your entrance to his chat. Just my personal opinion.
I really want Pop-Tarts now.
Yeah.
They're a pain in the ass to get.
I know. Don't worry. We'll send you some.
So
And I'm gonna write a gift on there. Hopefully that doesn't. Anyways, sorry. Import tax drives me nuts.
all our wonderful folks with the resubs, follows, and the raids. Thank you so much again.
We love you.
It's been a great night. Looking forward to next week, the training montage. And what do you guys think of of each other's backstories now that you know more about the solo origin story?
We're gonna go watch them. Still, it's cool.
I think they're all
Are you
pretty
guys all
fitting.
curious about my rock? Because I'm curious about my rock.
Fate already has theories about your rock.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Curious
I actually
about
have one question about it.
her sword too. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
I'm very curious about her sword.
I do actually have one question.
Yeah. What's up?
For my backstory, we did say a ferocious red dragon, but I left it for you to say the small dragon, but that because it seemed to fit in with everybody else's dreams. And then you seem to be back to a big dragon again, back to Merrik's. So I was wondering which you want it to be, just so I can make a note
that's
of it.
fine. The ferocious red dragon is cool. I misremembered. Totally my bad. So thank you for clarifying.
It's why I didn't mention it during the story, because I'd heard the other two and thought, well, it fits in, so that's why he said that.
Oh no! It was
mine has
honestly
always been a large dragon.
An oversight, misremembering on my part, because there were so many stories.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I just wanted to clarify for me.
Last little interesting tidbit. I don't know if you guys can tell, but BT was the one who gave me the shared dream idea, because he originally had the thing with the bird turning into the dragon, and or we worked it out, and it was at that moment on his character creation that it sparked the idea. Okay, we're gonna have it, because it was his idea that he had this whole bird thing. Originally, when he was gonna make his character, he asked if he could use the Phoenix subclass instead of the dragon subclass. But I was like, that doesn't quite fit in this world, and it felt a little too OP. And although the Draconic one origin line is pretty strong too. At any rate, and honestly, the Draconic one just fits better. And so we massaged the story a little bit more, and had the bird turning into the dragon. And it was at that point that I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this for everybody. Because honestly, it actually fits with stuff that I was already planning. So
I also need to brag that Stormy also changed something about my world just because of what I'd written in my backstory.
It's true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at you giving the DM ideas.
Yep.
I think we do that regularly, though.
That's true.
Yes.
I do regularly.
I
but
love it.
It was still a special moment. I don't want to take that away from BT.
I mean, that's as it should be.
All righty. So let's do this raid of I Am Wilgrim. Guys, stick around. The I Am Wilgrim is amazing.
What did you do?
Whoops. Oh, crap. All right. All I did was hit stream again.
Okay.
Luckily, it's okay.
It was fine on stream.
Okay.
It does not bother us.
All
Boop, boop, boop.
All right, let's see. 3, 8, 11, 15. Here we go. Everybody's in. Not quite. It's not giving me the raid now yet. There it goes. All right. Everyone, thank you all so much. I'm going to switch it over to the other screen. I appreciate you all. Everyone say goodbye.
Goodbye.
See you next week.
Peace
Love you
out.
all. Bye-bye.
Next week. Next week.
Tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for
The
them.
Lord's ball.
The
Where's the ball in
Lord's
tomorrow on
ball.
BT stream?